see how deep the shadows run. Unaware they're tearing us into pieces. Oh, there is thunder in the veil. Is there so much weight in the hearts we carry? Oh, tell me we both matter, don't we? Ooh, it's you and me. It's you and me. Won't fall to sorrow. And if I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them trade our footsteps, be climbing through that wall, be walking through that spire, be crossing through that city. Say if I only could. Oh, it's you and me. It's you and me. Won't fall to sorrow. Oh, come on, guardian. Oh, come on, wanderer. Let me steal this moment from you now. Oh, come on, starlight. Come on, wanderer. Let's exchange the stories. And if I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them trade our footsteps, be climbing through that ward, be walking through that spire with no burden. Say if I only could. And if I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them to trade our footsteps, be climbing through that ward, be walking through that spire with no burden. Say if I only could. If I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them to trade our footsteps, be climbing through that ward, be walking through that spire with no burden. Say if I only could, I'd be walking through that spire with no
The veil is watching. Do you wanna see what it sees? Do you wanna know how the colors bind us? Do you wanna hear of the oaths that we're carrying?
It's you and me. If I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them to trade our footsteps, be climbing through that ward, be walking through that spire, be crossing through that city. Say if I only could. Oh, you don't wanna feel this, but see how deep the shadows run. Unaware they're tearing us into pieces. Oh, there is thunder in the veil. Is there so much weight in the hearts we carry? Oh, tell me we both matter, don't we? Ooh, it's you and me. It's you and me. Won't fall to sorrow. And if I only could, I'd bargain with the stars, and I'd ask them trade our footsteps, be climbing through that ward, be walking through that spire.
Well, thanks for joining us on another Tomorrow Talk. I will be solo today. However, we might have guests that drop in from time to time. So with that said, we'll probably be playing some Mass Effect. And, just want to drop some questions in or just talk, hop in. Let's do so. Otherwise, I may be quiet for a bit during this since this is a dialogue-heavy game. But, yeah. We'll be doing this for at least a couple hours, and any guests that happen to drop by will probably have more conversations then, but enjoy the stream and enjoy the time. I appreciate you, Liz. Thank you.
What do you want?
I didn't mean to bother you.
No, you did nothing wrong. I'm just distracted.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
But you're going to, because I might be able to help.
And I'd like to think that the company finds our lives more valuable than
I figured doing a Mass Effect would make sense for this month since November 7th just passed. And any Mass Effect fan knows that's N7 is the symbol for the organization that Shepard's part of. It's like an elite unit within the human special forces. So they dubbed it November 7th as Mass Effect. So figured I would do that.
We reactivated her on our way through Central Station.
That was you? I'm grateful. Until she came online, the automatic equipment wouldn't work. We lost the connection to Mira in the middle of an experiment and the quarantine failed. These three were exposed to a toxin, something we were working on.
I understand your caution, but I need details. What you say won't go beyond these walls.
It's a bioweapon, based on an exotic life form discovered on the frontier. They wanted something that could kill the creature. But there was no profit in something that kills one species on the frontier. We kept working on it and adapted it to affect more species. Thoros B is highly infectious, but can't pass from one person to another, like a biowar attack without a pandemic spread.
It doesn't matter how safe you make it. Biological weapons are illegal.
Militaries, governments, they'll get this kind of weapon one way or another, and we're trying to limit the damage. I know you can't see that.
There's a reason the Citadel conventions forbid bioweapons, Doctor.
I didn't expect you'd understand. Our notes and equipment are locked in the quarantine labs. Captain Ventralis doesn't want to risk more contamination.
I'll talk to him. Maybe I can convince him to let me try.
I can't ask you to do this officially, but if you can do anything, I'd appreciate it.
What will it take to get the cure for these people?
The quarantine labs are near the science team's quarters. Once you're in there, look for our notes. It should just be a matter of following our processes.
Talk to you later.
I hope you can do something.
I will say, definitely miss my buddies this weekend, that's for sure.
You came to find out about them, didn't you?
You mean those things out there?
Yes. I'm the only survivor from the hot lab, you know.
I need to know more about those things out there.
About the Rachni?
Rachni? That's preposterous.
Where did they come from?
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
I don't have any control over who lives or dies here. Do you?
If you're gonna be crazy, be the quiet kind.
Crazy? I'm sane. God, am I sane.
I heard you were at the hot labs. How did you make it out alive?
I killed her.
Who?
Dr. Zonmua. We were going to lunch when the alarms went off. I ran into the tram, and I closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces. Her head came apart like a melon. I closed the door. I killed her.
Tell me what you know. I'll make your survival mean something.
You think I want absolution? There is none.
Could Matriarch Benezia survive in the hot labs?
It's possible. The specimens were sensitive to biotics.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta keep the mood light. I mean,
I used to have nightmares like this. Too many cheap horror vids before lights out.
You're not part of the crew.
Call me Shepard. I'm a Spectre sent by the Citadel.
There aren't any human specters. Look, Plague doesn't care who you are. This lab is under quarantine.
What?
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Something you need?
I've heard about the problems in the quarantine lab. I'd like to recover the toxin cure.
God, I wish we could help those guys. I really do, but we can't risk contamination now.
We're not part of your defense plans. We're consuming extra rations, extra metagel.
Yeah, but you also have extra guns. All right, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command. I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you. He'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there.
Those are reasonable precautions.
I'll radio ahead to let the guard know. Good luck.
I've got work to do.
You and me both.
What do you want?
I have Ventralis' permission to go in there.
Yeah, he radioed. He also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out. You got a death wish? You should stand watches on the barricade.
Oh, I'm really bad at this mini game.
Your mission ends here, Shepard.
Ambush.
What happened to Ventralis' man?
I didn't have permission to come in. He got in my way. I was ordered to eliminate you should the opportunity arise. And here you are, trapped in this lab. Weapons free!
They came out of there.
You mean the inorganics the Asari had with her?
Venezia brought them with her.
How can I get into the maintenance area?
A team lead would have access. Like Dr. Cohen. He's in the medical bay.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Is that the cure? You did it?
I think so. It was hard to concentrate while dodging gunfire.
You were attacked? I don't know anything about that. I hate conflict. I've never even fired anyone. I have my receptionist do it. Look, the guards, they've been more on edge since you got here. I think they were expecting you. And there are more labs in the back. The guards won't even let me back there. Just people with clearance.
What about the maintenance area? Do you have access to that?
The maintenance area? Yes. Take my pass. But there's just snow back there. Let me see that file. An extension on Phelps' work? I thought he was on the right track. I can't thank you enough that... Oh, God, what a cliché. You saved their lives, do you know that?
Could you spare a few medical packs? They're worth their weight in gold up here.
You didn't get these from me. Ventralis wanted them saved for his people. I need to administer this. Thanks again.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours.
Love that this is
raised to
Diana
hunt
Troy
and slay
from
Saren's
Star Trek
enemies.
Next Generation.
I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
Liara's here because she's a member of my crew.
Indeed. What have you told her about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter with her. This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
The Rachni didn't cooperate with you. Why should I?
I will not betray him. You will... You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions, briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
Are you saying he brainwashed you?
People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
Sovereign's not like other ships. Where did it come from?
I cannot say. The Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
Someone on Noveria found it?
2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
You have to give me the location.
I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates is not enough. Do you know where he planned to go from there?
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should. You should.
Mother! Don't leave! Fight him!
You've always made me proud, Liara. Die! I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
Hold on! We've got Metagel. Maybe we can...
No. He is still in my mind. I am not entirely myself. I never will be again.
Mother!
Good night, little wing. I will see you again with the dawn. No light. They always said there would be a...
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
Musics? What?
Your way of communicating is strange. Flat. It does not color the air. When we speak, one moves all. We are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. The children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing. They are lost to silence. And their suffering, they cannot be saved. They will only cause harm as they are.
I don't understand. Why are your children killing people?
These needlemen, they stole our eggs from us. They sought to turn our children into beasts of war, claws with no songs of their own. Our elders are comfortable with silence. Children know only fear if no one sings to them. Fear has shattered their minds.
I understand. A child left alone in a closet until she is 16 would not be sane.
All right. I don't think they'll give me a choice anyway.
Before you deal with our children, we stand before you. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
The Rachni were a threat to the galaxy. Those tanks are filled with acid. If she gets out of hand, they dissolve her.
They made a mistake. They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
You will give us the chance to compose anew? We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
I never could kill this lady.
Are you here to secure the situation?
That's right. I'm a Council Spectre. Who are you?
I am Yaroslav Tartakovsky, the operations director. I would stand and shake hand, but you must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
You let these things out?
I am only following the orders. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
They brought it here to wake it up?
Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni, mass-produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Obviously, they were wrong.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachni are uncontrollable.
This is fascinating, but we don't have time to chat.
These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
Just wait here.
Sure. I wait here. I am not so much good for searching now, yes? Mother always say I would meet a bad end.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
I need information on the neutron purge.
The neutron purge is a fail-safe system installed within the isolation tube area. In the event of irretrievable containment loss, it is used to resolve the situation.
What exactly does this thing do?
The purge is a neutron burst weapon. 2 volumes of fissionable materials are brought together to form a critical mass. Most of the energy is released in the form of high-speed neutrons. This radiation is instantly lethal to any known form of life within 500 meters.
We would be wise to avoid touching any controls without reading the instructions.
That is advisable for all systems within this facility.
Are there any survivors in here?
Lady Benezia, an executive secretary of Binary Helix, is on the operations deck. There are no other living crew members within the structure.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
6 Semper Tyrann 3.
That is not the correct code. Please report to security for arrest and interrogation.
Who would have those codes?
Director of Operations Yaroslav Tartakovsky, or any executive officer of Binary Helix.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
I am feeling not so well.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Nera destruct.
Online. How can I help you?
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
I forgot how mobby that gets in there.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu relay?
The Mu relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the commander resign when I wasn't looking?
We're all on the same team here, Williams. She's just trying to help.
Sorry, Commander.
Look, this is a tough mission. We're all on edge. Everyone go get some rest. Crew dismissed.
Novaria report is away, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Novaria?
And then released the Queen. Do you have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy?
This Queen is different. She understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around.
I hope you're right, Shepard. My children's children will pay the price if you're not.
We'll be waiting for your next report, Commander.
Let's see how much this guy's gonna flirt with my shepherd again.
Do you have some time to talk now, Commander?
Let's hear it, Lieutenant. I'm always open to my officers.
We've played it pretty close to the book so far, but we're a long way from backup. We've got some tough calls to make. I'm just saying, try to leave yourself a way out. I've seen what cutting corners can do, and I'd hate to have that happen to you, Shepard. Commander?
It's a personal observation, Caden.
I don't want to step on anyone else's toes, especially if you're if I have misread your interests.
Someone? You're referring to our young Prothean expert.
I think she's older than both of us put together, but, yeah. There's a lower deck rumor that she's, interested in you, as more than a source of Prothean data. She's a very interesting lady. Not to my, tastes, but, I never claimed to be big on alien culture.
You seem awfully worried about my personal affairs.
It's just that we don't have much downtime these days. I like being around you, but I don't want to take up your personal time.
Look, there's nothing between Liara and me. What's the real issue here, Caden?
You're right. Sorry, it wasn't, Liara's not my main concern. I'm not questioning any decision you've made, Shepard. Let me be clear about that. It's just my experience that once someone lets something slide, it tends to pick up speed. Do you get my meaning?
You're talking about a particular example, aren't you?
You know the records about the biotic training out on Jump Zero? They're all classified, because the Alliance made mistakes. After first contact, Kinetics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Kinetics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
I'm sure Kinetics did what they thought was best.
It wasn't best for us. They brought in an ex-military Turian named Commander Vernus. To introduce himself, he liked to say, "I was at the helm of the dreadnought that killed your father." Well, I told him my dad wasn't in the war. He'd retired to Vancouver. My family had an inland home that matured to new beachfront. Vernus had it in for me after that. He cut corners, pushed hard. I mean, you either came out a Superman or a wreck. A lot of kids snapped. A few died. The point of all of this, I guess, is that when you cut corners, it's not always obvious who pays for it.
So why are you telling me this? Is there something I can do to help you get over it?
I'm 32, Shepard. You don't serve as long as I have without coming to terms with yourself. You also learn that if someone is special to you, you help them. Try to keep them from making mistakes.
Special, huh?
If I'm out of line, just say the word.
Sorry, Caden. This was just a battlefield thing.
There's my answer, then. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Commander. I got some mixed signals. With your permission, I should return to my duties.
If you are here to talk about Benezia's death, you need not bother. She brought it upon herself.
Don't pretend it doesn't bother you. She was your mother.
She was. But she was not. I prefer to remember Benezia as she used to be, before she was corrupted by Sovereign's power.
The best of your mother lives on in you. Her determination, her intelligence, her strength.
That is kind of you to say. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine. Benezia chose her path, just as I have chosen mine. I am with you until the end, Shepard.
Maybe we could pick up where we left off. You were telling me about your interest in the Protheans.
Actually, I think I was talking about my interest in you, and making a fool of myself in the process. As I said, I am not used to dealing with people, especially humans. I did not really know much about your species when we first met, Shepard. I found it hard to take humanity seriously. Your kind always seemed so rushed and high-strung.
We don't have the luxury of time, and Asari can live for 1,000 years. We're lucky if we hit 150.
That is true. At first I thought that was a weakness of your species. After spending time with you and your crew, however, I think it may actually be an advantage. You humans are creatures of action. You pursue your goals with an almost indomitable determination. It is an admirable trait, but also an intimidating one.
You can't argue with results.
No, but there are consequences. Unfortunately, the rest of the galaxy sees humanity as a bully. You run over anyone who gets in your way. It is up to people like you to change their minds, Shepard.
I'm doing the best I can, Liara.
There is a reason the Council chose you to become a Spectre. They saw something special in you. The best of what humanity has to offer. I looked into your history. I know what you did during the Blitz. It was a remarkable display of courage and heroism.
You didn't need to go behind my back. I would have told you whatever you wanted to know.
I apologize, Commander. After our last conversation, I was afraid I would say something stupid again. I wanted to know more about you, to understand what made you into the woman you are. There is something compelling about you, Shepard.
You're interested in me because of my visions. You just want to know more about the Protheans.
I admit, your connection to the Protheans had something to do with my initial interest, but it has grown beyond that. You intrigue me, Shepard, but I was not sure if it was appropriate to act on my feelings. I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Lieutenant Alenko.
The Lieutenant and I are just friends. Nothing more.
My mistake, then. I am not as adept at understanding human relationships as I thought. But what about us, Shepard? Is there a mutual attraction, or was I wrong about that too?
Commanding a warship, not a dating sim. Oh, jeez.
I'm not interested in you in that way, Liara.
This is very embarrassing for me, Commander. Please, let's talk about something else.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Something bothering you?
It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder whether we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's got those damn Geth.
We're getting close, Garrus. We'll find him.
I wish I had your confidence.
Garrus is the
I
best.
can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. I know you're doing everything you can, and if anyone can catch him, it's you, but if there's anything else I can do to help, anything, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it.
Thank you, Garrus. I'll keep that in mind. Just make sure you're ready to go when we do catch him.
Yes, ma'am. You can count on me. Thanks for hearing me out. I appreciate it. Can I ask you something, Commander?
What is it?
Are you worried that the Council might be protecting Saren? I mean, they were really dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel, and they refuse to act?
You seem to have some thoughts on this. Speak your mind, Garrus.
Well, maybe we shouldn't give them the chance, Commander. In my opinion, Saren's too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the Council might let him go. If we find him, when we find him, I say we make sure we stop him permanently.
It'll depend on the situation. I'm not committing to anything until I've got him in my sights.
Fair enough. Either way, I'm right behind you, Commander.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
Sure. I was just watching some mail from home.
Oh, before I go, we saw Caden in a news vid about the Normandy. He's cute. Later, sis.
Let's pretend this never happened.
Are you interested in the lieutenant, Chief?
Fraternization is against regulations, ma'am. Don't ask, don't tell. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family mail.
Your family seems to be important to you.
Yeah, we've always been close. Me and my sisters especially. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
I was an only child, but I get the idea. At least one of my parents was always on duty.
Yeah, military families, eh? With schedules like that, it's a wonder we ever have kids anymore. Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vid mails, and I'd tell her to relax.
Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen LY away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
Sounds like that situation didn't last.
Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, 'cause he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
You traveled all the way home to walk your sister to school.
It was only a dozen light years, like a day's cruise. It's not like I was going to Earth or something. My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere.
That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you.
Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell. Before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was going to end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying. And she hugged him. The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Where was your father during this? Wasn't your family stationed near him?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with a hungry heart, much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
I didn't know you liked classical literature.
Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired.
Does he still like it?
I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home. Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though.
You mean from wherever we go after death?
Dead on, Skipper. He's with God now. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
Everyone has the right to believe what they want. Says so in the Alliance Charter, only with fancier words.
I'm glad you're open-minded about it. I've met a few people who are really weirded out by my faith. Because I work in space, I can't believe in a higher power? Jeez. Hello, have you people looked out the window? How can you look at this galaxy and not believe in something? I should get back to my duties. Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us.
Krogan have the weirdest legs.
They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes, a meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
Sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Jared was your father?
He was. Until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly. I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Oh, hello, Shepard.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smooth it feels like we're not even moving, and the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
The silence wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down. I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard. But it's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing. Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
Sometimes we don't appreciate what we have till it's gone.
That's true. I'm starting to wonder if that's what the pilgrimage is really about. It's given me a whole new perspective on my people and our culture. You know, there's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to them, but maybe they just wanted a different life.
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
I could never abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually, but we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to.
I should go.
See you later.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Good timing, Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
Is it the Ambassador?
It's not his signature. I think it's from the Council. I'll patch it through to the comm room.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Oh boy, the sad mission's coming up soon. I will say they don't make games like this anymore, where you have like three pronged games that tell a narrative, and then you choose like the story along the way. They don't do that anymore. I think while your choices in this game don't really matter in the end, you still get the same three options. I think the story itself is what really changes based on what you're telling. So everything in between is kind of different for every game you play. I appreciate that.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Reporter Kalisa Al-Jilani recently attempted to land an interview with Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre.
Commander Shepard answered difficult questions, demonstrating that under that military uniform is a keen diplomatic mind. We'll have exclusive footage later today.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
I wish they had a sell all button because I don't think I need any of this. It just changed out all my gear. Jesus. I still argue that this would have made a really good MMO. Got a lot of lore in this game.
Yes, Shepard? Did you find my sister?
Dahlia's dead, and I know she was blackmailing you.
So the truth comes out. I hope you're not angry. Surely you can understand why I lied to you. If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk. They'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. That is why I misled you. I could not risk you exposing me. But now that Dahlia is out of the picture, it's no longer a problem.
I would have helped if you'd just told me the truth.
Perhaps you're right. I am sorry. We have trust issues in my family.
Obviously.
I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find the amount satisfactory.
You're a diplomat on her way up the ranks. Could be handy to have a Spectre who owes you a favor.
You make a good point. Anyone can come up with credits, but I can give you authorization to purchase prototype Asari mods. I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you'd be very interested in what they have available. Goodbye, Shepard. It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
This place seems strange. Wish there were more humans around.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another Profile in Courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more Profiles in Courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance Military on the extranet. Keyword, Courage.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard.
Exo Presley is now relieved of duty. Okay, so let's see.
Presley stands relieved.
I think they did the transitions very well in this game. For a game back in 2008, I think it's pretty good. Supposed to be a mission around here, but I don't see it. Oh, I have to go visit Conrad too. Darn it. I forgot about that. There it is. All these side missions don't matter in this game, but it gives you a little more interactions in the next game, so. still feel like the Mako is probably one of the best vehicles in gaming. Because this thing does not, it does not get stuck. Even when it does get stuck, it's easy to get unstuck, sure.
Ready. On your order, Shepard. I'm on my way. Moving out.
one moment. I'm going to take a little break, and then I will be back in about 15 minutes.
Hello. It's been a kind of crazy morning. I was hoping to hang out earlier, but it just wasn't possible. Yeah, for sure. Applebrook. He really doesn't like him. I did. I was very happy that we were able to take out whoever the guys were that were shooting at us so easily because I haven't always had good luck with that. Yes, she did really well with it too. So we kind of lucked out with that. Yes, Lies just said he can only hear me on the stream.
That's true because I've been muted.
Oh no.
Because of the intermission. That's okay. No, I think that was a good thing that you gave those blasters. And that was one of those like thinking outside the box things that I was talking about because I was not prepared for that. I was like, oh, this is going to be a nice challenge because they'll have to actually like figure out how to do combat with their lightsabers on the back of the speeders. And I was like, oh, she's giving a blaster away. Darn. That was clever though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I had no idea what the plan was. But from Niela's perspective, she's got 3 weapons now because she had this amazing gift given to her on the planet. So what is she gonna do with 3 blasters? I mean, come on, she has 2 hands.
1 second, I do apologize.
Trying to stay alive there.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, mom calls, you answer. I don't care what you're doing. Your mom's important.
I was on the phone with my mom earlier, which is why I couldn't join in tonight.
Yeah, I know last session wasn't a lot of opportunity for like you, Carrick, and Ula, but the little scene that you guys did, I think, at least kind of elevated the tension a bit, because we don't have combat that kind of puts you in a different situation like that. So
Yeah, it was great, and I enjoyed the rest of it. One other thing I'll say about that is when the speeders appeared, Niella's first thought was, I have documents, and I never got a chance to use them.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of hard to argue with speeder, like a blaster fire, so, oh well.
I'll say narratively, I totally just gave you those sheets to kind of hopefully throw you off the scent that I was going to throw speeders at you guys, but...
Or we should just always expect danger around every corner.
It's a little different too last session because it was a lot of social combat in the terms of like it wasn't really a lot of like combat.
Yes, the diplomacy, that was a lot of fun to listen to, just the back and forth and the way that NPCs reacted to Cecile and how HX was trying to like go around and not be seen, and his stealth was not always on his side.
No, it's hard when you're trying to sneak around in a full room of very many sets of eyes. Let's just put a lot of sets of eyes. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It was neat to see that, because you're not getting shot at, you're not trying to like take anyone out, but it's still very high stakes, especially at the end for Cecile.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of not only was there sneaking around and trying to break into like these technical towers or conduits to try to break down the encryptions and security levels, but there was also a lot of dialogue that I felt like was a little bit more refined, I suppose, when it came to like engagement, because usually I have to like wing the conversation, but this time I kind of had like some preemptive prompts that aided me in how I was going to engage with Cecile, so I think that helped make it feel a little more intense than before. So
I definitely felt the intensity, and you had a lot of different personalities you were bringing to her, so that was neat to listen to and see how things changed, because you never knew how someone she walked up to would respond.
Yeah, I'm excited to not tomorrow, but next Sunday, see how your guys' combat stuff goes, and then your exploration of that cave / ruins, and then I'm really nervous for you guys because I think that's going to actually be a big challenge. I'm actually worried someone's not going to make it out of that encounter.
Yeah, I'm worried as well. So I hope the dice go in our favor, because that's a little scary.
It's really technically my first time going through this type of system in any great length. Because the last time I used it, the group didn't last very long. We maybe did like 3 or 4 sessions. So you guys have obviously gone on a lot longer than 3 or 4 sessions.
Logged.
And I
The
think the one thing I did learn
is ashore.
about this system
XO
is
Presley
you
has the
kind of
deck.
want to not get tunnel vision when you're building your characters. You kind of want to build your characters in a more roundabout way, because you do end up in so many different situations that
plans to direct Hamlet
I
with
think sometimes it makes it really hard when your entire party is heavily into social skills.
Body language and pheromones. Kit claims that
Right.
he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
We'll see. I'm definitely very much focused on the medicine tree, which is great when I'm making medicine rolls, but my skill in combat and like if I can't use like some way to heal someone, I've really struggled in some places.
Yeah, I think that's a good learning lesson because I thought it was cool that you were all going social skills and stuff, but then I didn't think of it at the time because again, I never really got very far with these kind of systems, like how detrimental that can make it. So I think next session of our Star Wars campaign is going to really show like the dangers of that. And I think if people survive, I think characters are going to most likely spend their experience in ways that reflect their experiences on Alderaan.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm crossing my fingers and hoping for the best in that next session in a week, and that will be our 15th session.
I wanted to run it by
you. We have been at it for a while.
Wow, you've been keeping tabs?
Yes, I do keep track. I have
I got
notes,
a lot going on right
like
now,
nothing extensive, and I haven't really been reviewing them.
Great.
But I at
This'll
least
just
have
take a
them
minute.
broken up by sessions,
With
and then
so
I'll
many
make a note
human
of how much
colonies being
experience we
attacked,
got or any
I'm not
key
sure
things,
that one Spectre is enough.
if I ever look
What
back.
if you signed me on as another Spectre?
Wow, 15 sessions. That is a lot. Because if you think about it, we were doing it maybe 2 days a month, and maybe one because some months it was a little harder. But that's a lot of months we've been doing Star Wars.
I know. I have to look back to see when the
Conrad,
first
I don't think
day
that's a good
was.
idea.
Yeah, we had a
I'd make
break too, kind of in the summer when a lot was
I'd
going
be
on.
right there with you, showing the
But
council
yeah,
what humanity
it's
is
good.
capable
It's good to be on the
of.
schedule. I think we're
I
on
want
now
to be
because
with you, fighting the
the
good fight
consistency
like
has
you
been
did on
helping me a lot.
Elysium during the Skillian Blitz.
I believe you, Conrad.
Yeah, and I
but there's
think
another fight that needs
for
you.
us, I think we've been
What?
kind of
I
in
don't
like an
understand.
MMORPG rut. We're trying to find that forever home game, but it's really hard, especially with like our one hope game that we were all clinging to is Ashes of Creation. I think that was it's been a little souring, I think, for us. So it's nice to have these pen and papers because kind of getting us all together at least for 3 to 4 hours a week to just do something together that's of like mind. So that's nice.
I agree. I really appreciate it.
You know what
'cause
keeps me going
I
out
miss
here?
you all when we're
Knowing
not.
that people back
We
home are
don't have a
keeping
game to play
humanity
together. We might
strong.
kind of go our separate ways for a bit.
You're
And
right.
it's good to have
I
something
just
we
got
can
so
always come back
caught
to.
up in all of it.
But
I
yeah,
wanted to help.
Ashes.
I'll go
I'm
home.
so torn about that
Thanks
because
for setting me
I love
straight.
my bard and I want to go back to playing it, and I'm really worried for the game right now.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's kind of why I've fallen back to Final Fantasy. We're even trying other games, like we tried that Wind Meets... What was it? Wind Meets...
Where Wind Meets.
I mean, I think it's fun. I don't think it's going to keep that longevity just because of... I think it's hard for Western gamers to really get hooked into an Eastern MMO.
Yeah, I actually said it wrong. It's where winds meet. So it's hard to say. I played a little bit last night. I didn't get too far. But I think what I'm finding is I'm getting a lot of stuff, like all those things you loot and you get an experience and stuff. And I got to figure out where it's all going and what I can do with all of that because I feel kind of like I'm just moving forward like a bull in a china closet and not really experiencing everything the game has to offer right now, and not even knowing what it is.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big hiccups with Eastern type MMOs is they throw a bunch of like currencies at you randomly, and you're left trying to figure out what those currencies are for.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to pick it up again today and get a little farther and see if I can figure out what I'm doing.
And the co-op stuff is fun. Like if you can get co-op unlocked, I mean, that I could see that having some potential. I am starting to figure out some things with the currency, like you can upgrade your gear. Weapons have different attributes, like, so the fan and the umbrella, they have healing skills, and you have to unlock those skills through quests for all the weapon types. You have to do like these little quests to acquire the knowledge, which to me, I think that's actually pretty cool for an MMO to have, is instead of just going to an NPC or just like auto learning, you actually have to like learn it through interaction. I think that's neat, but
Yeah, that does seem cool. I did get that umbrella first, and I think I actually did unlock co-op right before I logged off last night. So I saw there was a tree, and I'd have to do something to get to the next
Any
skill.
news? Did you find my brother yet?
Look at that again.
I
I
found your
also
brother's
was able to
body.
steal a
His ship
skill
was
from the
attacked by
bear,
privateers.
which was kind of cool.
Willem's dead?
So there's definitely stuff. Just
I guess I should have
gotta learn more
expected
about
this.
it.
When his ship dropped out of contact,
and it's
I
a big
just
world
knew.
too, which is nice.
But
Like
I
I like
kept hoping
open
he might
world.
still be
It's just
alive.
sometimes I feel like with Eastern MMOs, you get a little lost on the concept.
Yeah.
I'm
It
sorry
helps
for your loss.
having other people play it to talk
Thank
it
you for
through
finding
with
him.
when there's so much
It's
going
better to know
on.
one
And this
way
is
or
a
the
little,
other.
it feels very different
That's what they say.
being in
right?
this world by yourself.
Please
But
excuse
I
me.
went the MMO
I need to go make arrangements for his funeral.
social structure, I think. And so there's little signposts around, which is different. So I've gotten very distracted by those, I think.
Yeah, what's cool too about those is, like Tony and I were finding out when we were doing the co-op dungeons, there's like these complex puzzles. People actually left markers there so you could like figure out the puzzle.
That's so cool. There's just people around helping you, but not anyone you can see.
Yeah, instead of having to like go Google and go, okay, I don't understand this puzzle, so I'm just gonna Google this stuff. You just go there and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's all in the game. Yeah, that is neat. So, I guess there's definitely potential. We can stick it out for a little bit.
I have no problems keeping with something for a little bit. Like I said, Final Fantasy's dragged me back in just because it's consistency of it. Like, you know what you're getting, and it's easy to follow. And I think that's probably where my concerns with Ashes is too right now. Is it's like, what are their new player experience going to be? They don't even have that place, and they're going to go into early access. Wild.
I did see, because they had the PTR testing last week, I think one of the last ones they did had something called Destinies for new player experience. Don't know the quality of it, but at least there's something, maybe.
Yes. So what's that about?
All I saw was like a level 1, you got a new path. I don't know exactly what's in it. And then a level 5, you get gathering, processing, crafting, destinies.
Garrus,
And
perhaps
so
it is
I'm
my own
hoping
trouble
there's
with Benezia
quests
that
that
makes
are
me
leading you
ask.
out in the world and
But
explaining what
do
the
you feel comfortable
mechanics are
facing a
and rewarding you
respected
for it.
Turian specter like
It'll
Saren?
be interesting to see. I think they're going
Saren
back
is
to
either
more
a traitor
PTR
or a
testing next
madman.
week.
Taking him
I haven't
down
had a
will destroy
chance
the
to
good
jump
name
in,
of
so
Turians
maybe.
everywhere.
With your respect for the specters, I thought you might hesitate. I'm
Yes.
glad I was wrong.
I mean, they definitely have a lot of work. I think between like the settlements and stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I'm trying not to go down that pessimistic road. That's so easy to do when games jump into early access when they're really not ready for that.
Stand by, shore
Yep,
party.
I'm in the same place.
Decontamination in
I really
progress.
want to be optimistic, but I feel like
Logged.
I'm
The
keeping my
commanding officer
expectations
is
really low
aboard.
because
XO
I'm
Presley stands relieved.
concerned that a higher bar is it'll just lead to disappointment. And so I hope for the best, but not expecting a lot at this point.
No, because it was like PAX Day. We were all playing PAX Day, and then suddenly they went right into early access, and then you saw Steam reviews just bomb it to heck. Whether it's a good game now or not, we'll never really know, because then they kept pushing their like monetary systems into place, which were really, I still think are wild, but
Yeah, the way they decided to monetize packs, I think, is what drove us away from it as a group. 'Cause I was hoping for that game too, because we had so much fun that first alpha that we played, and yeah, after it just it needed a lot of work for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure why we had so much. Was it because it was new, or was it maybe because the systems at that time weren't like, it didn't feel so grindy, but it also, I mean, the combat needed a lot of work, but the crafting still felt good enough for us to like want to play more, right?
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was really early alpha, so that we didn't have very high expectations too. I think that helped, and we were all working together, so it was a lot of fun seeing what we could create as a group, even though what was available was very limited, and there were there were the bugs with falling. I think you could trip over a rock and kill yourself, so it definitely had issues. But yeah, we had a lot of hope that it would improve.
Or the random tree that just falls on you and you're like, I just died by a tree. What?
Yeah. It just had to be funny at a point. But then over time, like it didn't seem like it progressed as quickly as we had hoped or expected based on what we were hearing, and the combat really was not great last time we played still.
Yeah, that was a shame. So yeah, the pen papers have been a really nice filler. We got a really good group too, because I feel like even though we're like Star Wars, I think that's a good example. Like most of us really didn't dip our toes into that, or it might have been like more than half of our group's first time experiencing pen and paper at all. I feel like we had an open enough mind where we're like, hey, we're all gonna be learning these rules together. If things don't work or we make fumbles along the way, we'll just keep going forward. We'll learn from it and be like, oops, we were supposed to do it that way. Oh well, let's just keep going, because let's not get hung up on the small details. I think that's what made the pen and paper for me really fun, is because we didn't hang on the small stuff. And if I made an error, as the game master, I would just like, oh yeah, that's on me, guys. It works in your favor because I messed up the rule. Awesome. But if you guys messed up and we caught it, we would fix it, because obviously you don't want to punish the players for that. So yeah, I really appreciate it that we all had an open mind with that process. So.
I agree. I think for me, I was very intimidated getting into pen and paper, just not having the experience with it. But everyone is so forgiving and like just wants to collaborate, and there's such a positive, it's a very positive group. So I've really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to starting with DaggerHeart, and we've got an additional person joining us for that, so that's great. I like that we're growing our group, and yeah, it's just so much fun.
Yeah, DaggerHeart's tomorrow. That'll be I think that'll actually be really enjoyable because of the fact that it's going to start off. It's going to give you guys a chance to like really just interact with each other and the environment. I've got plenty of like, I call them mini games for tomorrow, since we know it's a festival. There's tons of them. And then I got enough prepared that if you guys happen to wrap up things during the festival earlier, we could still keep going in like preparations for that. So
yeah, sounds good. Yes, I've been kind of thinking through my character in DaggerHeart and trying to figure out how she got to where she is and the motivations behind it. Like, I had a general idea, but I'm trying to fill that in more, so I'm more confident in what direction she's taking as we move forward and get to know each other. Because, yeah, most of us, I think, there's a lot there. There's a lot to get to know.
yeah, and none of us have played DaggerHeart system before, so I'm sure there's going to be rules that we're like, we're going to have to look that up, or let's just go with this for now, and then we'll look it up for next session.
Yes. it seems like a really neat system. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it works in real time.
For this one, I actually have a nice like digital GM screen set up for myself, so that way, for the most part, I'll have a lot of the rules at my fingertips, which will help, and try to keep us on track. I even have a countdown timer now, because I guess countdowns are really a big part of DaggerHeart. And then environmental cards. So I've been working on like different environmental cards based on the lore. So they'll be a little different, a little more homebrewy than DaggerHeart's core stuff. And then for enemies, I'm gonna probably rename them, because I know everyone has access to the adversaries. So I renamed them so that it's a little harder to at least find out the stats of who you're fighting. So
Yeah, I saw that there you can pull in and see all the adversaries, but haven't really looked through much yet. But yeah, that makes sense. You don't want us to, have a whole cheat sheet there.
No.
During the battle.
I think that's why they allow you to have so much power to edit those cards and stuff, so that way you can create interesting encounters, but you still have the stat blocks available to work with, so you can still make fair fights. But I also think our DaggerHeart group is a lot more combat ready than our Star Wars group.
Yes, hopefully. Yeah, I don't think I know what everyone can do yet, but we definitely have some potential.
Well, I know for I do know for you guys, like I can actually throw a lot more at your DaggerHeart group, even at the level 1, than I could your Star Wars group right now. Like if I used the balance system for Star Wars uses the XP total for your group as a means to balance like enemy counts. If I used the amount of XP that you all have acquired, you'd all be in trouble right now, because your stats are more lean towards support or dialogue, except for maybe Carrick. I think Carrick's the only one with like combat heavy skills. So
Yeah, I didn't realize until you mentioned that last session about the experience guiding kind of what the balance of the fights would be, which makes sense, but also makes sense how we're in that situation that we're in now, being a bit more supportive than combat ready.
yeah, I've been balancing those encounters. Like I've been toning down a lot of the encounters, so it's at least still fair for you guys. But this next one, I was like, all right, I'm gonna lean more towards fair in terms of how much XP you guys got, and we'll see how that goes. It's still under-tuned for the amount of XP you guys have, but it's still, I think, gonna be a little harder than what you guys have encountered so far. And I'm actually really nervous about the three of you. I'm like so nervous, because I'm like, because yeah, there's potential for combat, and there's ways that you guys can avoid combat, which is good. Like I set it up so I could give you guys options to reduce your threat, but yeah, well, you see how dice works. You could have like a skill that's capped out and still fail those rolls. So
Yes, yeah. May the dice be in our favor, and we might we might need a backup character or two.
And that's okay. I think we've all been kind of all acknowledged the fact that it's all right if someone's character passes or moves on or dies from an encounter, because then we'll just continue the story. Thankfully, the story you guys are in with Tor can go on for quite some time. So who knows? You guys might end up with maybe like a original character still in the roster when we conclude, or maybe you'll end up with 3 original characters and 2 that have moved on. But it's guaranteed that at least 1 or 2 people might be gone from the original group one day. So.
Yeah, I think we're mentally prepared for that. But in actuality, like, I need to come up with a concept for a backup character, so I don't have that done. But I figure I'll have a couple weeks if it does happen, to figure things out.
And I think a lot of people, when they read DaggerHeart rules, think it's going to be hard for you to die. I think it just puts more agency in your players, and I feel like it puts more trust that your players are going to make decisions that make sense in the narrative versus like D&D where it's all based on roles. I think you put more faith in your players to make meaningful choices.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I could definitely see how you could die in the DaggerHeart series with just accumulating just the hit points. We only have so many that we can mark off, and who knows? And the stress too. Once you get maxed out on stress, I think you start taking hit point damage if you take more stress.
Yep, that's correct. Because stress is also a resource that you guys spend on some of your abilities too. So.
Yes, and that's looking at what I've got available to me. That's going to be what I have to manage as far as abilities go.
Which I'm thankful they do that, because if it was just hope, you guys would have pretty much unlimited resources, in theory, to just keep casting abilities. So I'm glad they kind of considered that.
Yeah, that's true. Can't be all powerful all the time.
It came to me the other day. I was like, oh, that makes sense. If they didn't have stress as a currency, you guys would just be able to like fireball, 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 and it'd be like, okay, well, that's getting a little boring.
Yeah, just blow everything up. We're good.
I also like your ability. I think it was a minor illusion. That one threw me into a conundrum the other night because I was trying to figure out, okay, how do enemies counter this? And I had to really like dig, because I'm like, it's not the illusion that I'm trying to counter. I'm trying to figure out these spells that seem like they don't disperse until you're in a certain range. I really had to dig hard to figure out like how that works.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the limitations of it too. Like, is my illusion, which I cast within close range, can it move? Like if something moves toward it, can it move away from them to maintain its illusionary self? Or is it static? And so once you approach it, it just poofs.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna let you do, because it's not clear, because I looked at D&D's minor illusion, and D&D's minor illusion, it's specifically like their illusionary spells specifically say like if they're stationary or you can move it or it's of a certain size. They're more detailed than I think in DaggerHeart. I think with DaggerHeart, I think what I'll let you do is if you want to have it move, I might make you like utilize like a stress point to do that, because you're concentrating to make it move. Because it doesn't specifically say it's static. It doesn't.
Okay, yeah, and maybe moving within that close range and not going far, it could do. But if it has evading like recognition, I could see how that would be stressful. I do have a size limit. I can't make one any larger than myself, my halfling self, so can't be too big.
Then obviously I could spend fear. So fear seems there's a lot of, I think, applied pressure to the game master too when it comes to spending fear, because you have to spend it in a way that's meaningful, because fear can cleanse enemy NPCs too. So you don't want to make the players feel like their actions are diminished because the GM's constantly spending fear to just remove the effects that you apply, right? So I feel like there's some responsibility too on the GM to be responsible with their currency just as much as it is for the players to be responsible for theirs. I think because it's a narrative rich game system, I think there is a lot of understanding that it is cooperatively telling a narrative together and utilizing certain parts of the rules in a favorable way that makes a better story.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, just because mechanically you can do something that advantages you or your party, if it doesn't make narrative sense, should you really do it, or should you just proceed with the story and what should happen, for these characters and how they would function and process and make decisions.
Yeah. It was like a whole 2 hours. I was on Cersei, I think, late at night, maybe Tony, and I was just rambling. You know how I ramble, and I was just like, there's so much to this system that could be really abused on both sides, but I feel like it also has the best potential of being really fun because we're all making wild decisions.
Yes. It could get very interesting.
Yeah, like the system actually has environmental cards. D&D, you can do it too, because they don't need cards to do it. But in this system, they actually have card stats for environments. And those environmental blocks could also have like counters on them. So like if you enter a swamp and maybe there's quicksand, maybe you have so many turns to get out of a quicksand if you're stuck in one. And that would initiate a counter. And that's part of like that card. But then there's also like enemies attached to these environmental cards. So I thought that was a little interesting versus our Star Wars.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think we've run into a few environmental things in Star Wars, but not as constantly. It's not always something we have to worry about.
Not yet. You guys have been on pretty temperate worlds in our Star Wars campaigns, so throwing environmental stuff was a little harder. Like Balkadin, you're in the city. I mean, I could have thrown, I guess, more building debris at you. I mean, I guess I kind of threw environmental stuff at you at that. It was more like cause and effect stuff, like the tram being blown up because I used one of my dark side points to create that scenario. I mean, that was an environmental effect caused by an external force, but it wasn't really like snow or heat or lava or rain or crazy like that.
Yeah, we did have that one planet, the lightning planet, Rokara, with the electric storms and that cliff that we just could not make our way across.
Yeah, I won't lie. I thought that cliff was going to be the end of your guys' pen and paper run, because I was like, I'm doing everything in my power to try to keep you guys alive, and I'm like, oh my god, the GM's trying to keep the party alive. That's bad.
Yeah, that was just our second mission, and I think Niela is one of the ones that had the most trouble with it. She just could not maneuver, and almost lost her.
Oh man, you almost lost a knife that night too.
Oh yeah, Cecile would not have allowed me
Transmission
to
coming in,
live that
Commander.
down.
I think you're going to want to hear this one.
Greetings,
That's
Commander
fine.
Shepard.
But yeah, we
I
haven't.
represent a party
I
interested
mean, you haven't
in
been on a
obtaining
planet like
information on Cerberus activities.
Well, eventually you might be on a planet like Ilum, which has a lot of snow, or maybe Tatooine in the far distant future. You'll have that hot air, lack of available water, things like that. I mean, there are a lot of dangerous planets out there, but yeah, I think Rokara, is probably the closest you guys have had like environmental stuff with like the lightning and that shaled. Remember that shaled plains that you guys had to cross?
Yes, and the little, what were they, like creatures that attacked us?
Yeah.
Oh, and we almost fell in a couple of holes, I think.
That was the shale plains, yeah.
Who are you, and who do you
Yeah,
represent?
that was.
Who I am is inconsequential.
There was a
Suffice
lot
to
of that
say, I
planet
am
for
an
sure.
agent for the Shadow
We were
Broker.
worried the ship wouldn't be there when
You
we
see,
got
Admiral
back.
Kahoku contacted
There's-
my
yeah.
employer looking for information on the location of any Cerberus
I
facilities.
think with DaggerHeart, there's going to be a lot more
on the promise
opportunities
that he
for
would
like
turn over copies of
general
all files
survival,
gathered from the
because
Cerberus systems to us.
with Star Wars, you guys have a ship, and the ship typically has food on it. Because you haven't owned your own ship. In reality, you really haven't owned a ship. You've stolen a ship. That ship obviously is no longer in your possession. I thought it was pretty smart that someone's like, oh man, we should have sold that ship. That would have been probably good, but you guys haven't owned a ship yet, so you've been supplied food and stuff from like the Republic. But I think in DaggerHeart, rations are going to become a thing. If you don't, eat during your rests and replenish your strength, you might find yourself, strained a little bit. If you don't get a full night's rest, strain. But then I also like the fact that the DaggerHeart has it built into that if you do a short rest, I roll a d4 to see how much dark side, how much points I get, fear points I get. And then if you take a long rest, I actually get, so if all 6 of you are there that night, it'll be 6 times whatever I roll in the d4 of those fear points. So, and that's just to represent, like, hey, you guys might be taking this long rest, but the world's still going on around you, and there's a lot of threats out there.
Yeah, but we gotta sleep at night. I mean, we can't go indefinitely.
Yeah, no, I know. I think that's cool, though. That
I'm not handing them over to you.
Be reasonable.
You guys have so many opportunities to get
Cerberus was
hope,
operating
and I got
outside
a
Alliance
lot of
jurisdiction. Don't
opportunities
owe
to
them
get
any
hope.
loyalty. The Alliance is just going to file this information
Yeah,
away in some
I
archive.
watched
No
the
secret
one
stays
shot
hidden
that
forever.
Critical Role did
Eventually,
on
someone
Dispatch, and
somewhere
where they were
will
using
deliver it
DaggerHeart,
into
because
our
that's, I think, the only time I've watched
Might as well be
someone
you.
else play DaggerHeart,
Transmit the files to
and
us, and you
the
will be
paper
well
clips that
compensated.
that represented fear for the
What are you gonna do
GM.
with this
It
information?
just kept growing and
Information is a
growing.
commodity. It can be bought, sold, or traded. Why my
Yeah,
employer desires
I watched
this
that too, and
information is not
I
my
think they actually
concern.
used an environmental card when they were going into that traffic rush
Oh
hour.
yeah, I didn't catch that at the time, but yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Yeah, so the GM was keeping track of the card. They also had a counter on it because the counter was to try to get to, I guess, work on time.
Yes.
That's what's cool about the counter is it doesn't have to be like a life pressing thing. It could just be like, hey, you've got 4 more actions to get to the other side of the here, or else you're late, or the NPC might have moved on, or anything. It might not be a hostile. I thought that was really cool example.
Yeah, that is neat.
Oh, if you don't get there in time, that shop might close. Oh, bummer.
Right. It's
My loyalty
funny
is to
to
the
have
Alliance,
to think about that
not
sort
the
of thing
Shadow
in
Broker.
a
is
pen and paper game,
unfortunate,
like stores closing
My
on
employer
time,
will
and being
remember
on
this the
time.
next time you need something from us.
Yeah, that'll be cool. I can't wait to see that. Or for you guys on that island that you're on, you you only have 2 days to do your stuff and then get back on the boat. So there's a soft counter right there. So.
Right. Don't have too much fun.
I think DaggerHeart's gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna be different. I think there's going to be a lot of moments, just like we had in Star Wars. We're still learning the rules, and we'll be like, But I also think it's going to encourage you guys to think outside the box a lot more, because you don't have like that external force kind of saying, hey, we need you to go here to do this. You kind of get hints as what's going on, and you can follow those breadcrumbs, but you don't have to follow those breadcrumbs. Obviously, if you don't, things might get worse in the world, but you, as the player, do not need to do that, because there's nothing commanding you in this moment that is like you're bound to follow. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, that'll be neat, and it's funny to think of as a player and as one that hasn't experienced a lot of these games, that there's all these things that you prepared as a GM behind the scenes that we might not ever experience. So like, that just knowing there's those things out there that we may miss, it's just kind of crazy. Like, these campaigns could last for a very long time, but it would be interesting to hear the ways things could have gone, when we're not in the story. Just to know, paths not taken.
That might have to. I think that'll be like the big conversation we'll all have as a group on one day on a stream. Where we'll be like, we just finishing our Star Wars campaign. Let's talk about our favorite moments, our worst moments, and things that could have or could not have happened.
Yes, yeah, that'll be neat. Many years from now.
Yeah, I mean that could go on for a while because the era you guys are in has a lot of stuff into it. So, but if we as a collective decide to like, hey, we feel like we've told this story to its fullest, then we'll just move on.
Yep.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore.
understand that getting into a pen and paper is really more about hanging out with your friends, playing a board game, because it is a board game. It's just a really advanced board game, with rules and stats and stuff. It's a board game. I mean, you're moving pieces, you're moving around, you're using like your imagination to create a stage, and so you're basically just playing a game with your friends around a table, or in our case, a virtual table. So.
Yeah. One thing I don't know how to do in our pen and paper that kind of struck me in the last session, Star Wars session, is like how to celebrate, because there were some great roles that both Cecile and HX made in their on their mission, like with triumphs and everything. And I don't want to break in and like interrupt the story, but I also just want to, yeah, that's awesome. Oh my goodness. And I wasn't sure the best way to do that. Maybe just let's chat more frequently than I do.
I think it's perfectly okay to celebrate the table your friends' successes, even if it's a momentary breakup of the stuff. Everyone should have those moments where they feel really good about their roles, because there's going to be moments where you feel shitty about your roles too. So.
Yeah. Yes. Like poor Carrick and his speeder issues. That was rough.
Me personally, obviously this is like a table decision, but for me personally, I don't mind you guys celebrating each other's roles. I feel like that's actually part of the, companionship that we're all building, and kind of having that friend moment of just celebrating a victory. I think that's okay.
That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. But there were two. When Cecile triumphed, and she was trying to convince all the houses, and it was a very low likelihood of success. Those really, really hard rolls that you noted, and she succeeded, and it was amazing. And then I think HX as well had that really hard roll in this last column, and he triumphed on that. And it's just like, oh my goodness, it's just what a great role, what a great story it told. I was very excited.
We don't die of thirst. The Geth will surely kill us all.
Yeah, totally celebrate those moments. I also think it's okay to go, make comments about someone's really bad role too. I just think when they make a bad role, I think the only difference is you don't want to make them feel bad about something that they can't control. So that's
I agree, and I think we've all been we've all tried to be supportive when the dice are just not going in our direction. Sometimes it's just funny how badly it can go, like with the cliffs on that electric planet, and a few other times it's like, oh my goodness, really? We can't get this done. So yeah, you never know where you're gonna go.
Yeah, I think one thing I did talk to Cersei and Tony about too during the week is that I hope you guys make decisions based on what your character would do, and not feel pressured by the preconceptions of the other players. I'm not saying the other players are going to think it, but don't worry about what people are going to think about your actions. If it makes sense to your character and you feel it's going to, in that moment, make a really good story moment or tension or something to be discussed about later, like, go for it. I like Cecile kind of walking off on her own. Of course, that was bad timing for the group, but it did pay off. However, because she didn't tell anyone she was going off, it created more situational tension for you all in that moment, which wouldn't have existed. And I think those role play moments also should be celebrated too, because it's hard to go against the collective when it's something that you know your character would probably follow through with.
Yes, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and I know that's something I try to keep in mind because I think we had another conversation about this too, like making sure you're making decisions from your character's point of view and not being influenced by what you as a person would do, in addition to like what you think everyone
Commander,
expects you to do.
I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
It's interesting trying to live in that mindset. I really enjoy it.
Sorry,
And
Commander. Everyone's on edge
I'm
since...
really glad we got into this because it's just such a different experience.
Hey guys, imagine if you were reading a book, you wouldn't want all the characters just going along with each other. It would be very too harmonious. There has to be growth.
Yeah, unfortunately, everything going well is not very interesting. So I'm okay with life being boring and have all the excitement in the games.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'd rather have my life being bored, but my games be fun. And now I'm not also saying like you should do something that actively always goes against the group, because then that can also get old if someone's always causing a problem for your group, because then it's like, why would your character hang out with these people, right? So it's have to be a give and take.
Yeah, and being more than one dimension, having layers.
And I think you guys in Star Wars definitely have done that very well. Like, I think one good example was like HX. When he assassinated that one unarmed prisoner, I think that was a good example of doing something that the party itself might not agree with, but because his character in that moment, in that time frame, and that was a long time ago now for his character, like in that moment, he didn't really have a lot of bonds or connections with any of you, so just did what he felt was right in that moment. It created tension.
Yeah, I think that was our first mission on the water planet.
That's the only planet I have trouble remembering the name of.
Oh, hold on. I think I have that somewhere. But you know, honestly, with HX, I wouldn't be surprised for him to do the same thing today. Even knowing us as much as he does, which because I don't think he's formed a lot of connections. That was Tirvelis.
One of the two made-up planets that I have created.
The other one was the initial planet, Carathal?
Yep, the beginning planet. Yep, that was one of the other made-up. Well, I guess, yeah, that's it. Because Belkadan's actually a real planet in Star Wars. It was one of the initial planets that was actually attacked by the Sith when they came to the known galaxy, and then Serpedal was a real
now
planet.
We can update Fidan and get a vehicle safely out of Normandy.
2 planets.
The Geth base is our next objective.
We got real planets to go to. It's crazy how big the Star Wars universe is. So I was looking for planets to try to figure out something about my backstory, and it's just there's so many planets.
That's what I mean. Like, our Star Wars campaign technically could go on for a very long time. So.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Me too. As long as it still makes sense. And that's why I said with the Star Wars one, I don't expect the original crew to always... I don't expect them to always be there, I guess. I have a feeling that there might be a few character changes, not necessarily immediately, but in the future, just because it is such a diverse world. Like, I do expect probably like 1 or 2 characters might still remain from the original crew, but it also could be like one of those I want to say sci-fi show kind of situations where the crew slowly changes cast members, and eventually it's a brand new crew, but they kind of piggybacked off the original crew. Could be like that too with the Star Wars stuff, which is kind of neat to think
That's true. Or you could also use one of the things they do in Star Wars shows is introduce a new NPC character for a group and then kill them off that same episode.
That too. Yeah, I want you guys to have fun. So, I mean, obviously, if you feel like you've had your journey with your character and you've told their story, but you want to try something new, I am 100% okay with that. Obviously, it might not be easy to work that character in immediately that next session, but the session after, you could just introduce them. So,
Yeah. We're in a dangerous time in Star Wars, so I'm sure we have lots of danger that could take us out or introduce someone new to help us.
I think the hard part is like right now, say someone wanted to write their character story out next session, right, for our Star Wars. I think that would not make sense for me to be able to interject their character in there, because why would they be on that planet looking for you guys, right? But if this mission ends and that happens, it might be a lot easier to just piggyback on the same session and be like, okay, well, this person leaves your group, but because you are in a Republic place and you're not in danger or anything pressing on you and it makes sense, we could introduce them the very same session as well, like back to back. So it just has to narratively make sense. So that's why I always try to be upfront about, hey, if your character dies, at worst, it might be a session that you have to skip because it might narratively not make sense for you to have your character there. You could sit in it, of course, and still be part of the group. It's just wouldn't be able to act. So.
No, that makes sense. Like, if we're in the cave on Alderaan next session and one of us is taken out, nobody's going to pop up in that cave.
Me, Commander.
It's just not going to happen.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no, I get it. Well,
Commander.
The story has to make sense.
It does, and that's the hard part. And that's the same with the DaggerHeart. If people die in DaggerHeart, obviously, we'll get you back in. It's just, it might be a session or two, depending on where the group is, to get you back in. That doesn't mean I can't maybe have you play an NPC that night that just tags along with the group for a little bit. I'll give you a pre-made character, and there you go. We could do that
that's
too.
True.
You'll have to forgive my wife.
It's neat how much flexibility there is.
She just needs to relax and accept what's happened.
Oh, the story's just not set in stone. There's a lot of ways it could go.
Hello, Off-Worlder. I'm glad that we aren't
Same with the
totally
Star Wars.
forgotten by the rest of the
If for some
galaxy.
reason people die in Star Wars, I
please
could always
try to rest. You're
just
not
create a
ready to
really
speak.
quick character sheet, give that to you, and be like, hey, this is a little bit
But
you
they
need to
should
know.
know.
They'll be temporarily assigned to the party.
Yes.
But in the
That's
meantime,
better.
make your character so that make sure you can get involved next time.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Yep. And hopefully
fine.
that doesn't happen.
I just need
soon.
to try to think clearly.
We'll be
just
prepared
a
when it
lingering
does.
pain from the last
And death, I think death isn't
I
the
can't
only
see any
option
significant
that your
damage, but something is
character
clearly causing
should be
her pain.
removed from a pen and paper. I think
Just let her rest.
I think, yeah, if you, for example, feel like Niella's done her journey, she's accomplished what she felt like she needed to accomplish, and maybe her story ends. But I do think out of all of them, I think for sure the Jedi and the Doctor probably have the most, I want to say, focused careers, where it's a little, you might be in the story for a lot longer narratively because of your particular focuses. Like a Jedi's not just going to walk out of a scene. Like that just wouldn't make much sense. Or a Doctor isn't just going to randomly just quit her job. I think there would have to be something that forces her to make that decision.
Yes,
Nice work with those guys.
definitely.
Glad you showed up.
I guess
still need
if
the power
for some
cells for this
reason I had to
generator,
walk away from
Would it help if I
Niella's
brought in some
character
power
at this
cells from the
point, I
Normandy?
could send her
I
to
can
the
certainly spare
Jedi
a
for
The top of the line ship
training
doesn't use the same
in
parts as
the
the old generator we've got.
visions that she has and all
Cells are
that, and she can just go there and
If I
meditate
find
with that
anything while I'm
group
looking around, I'll send
for
it your way.
an indeterminate amount of
Thank you,
time.
Commander. I
Because
appreciate it.
of all the things, I think that's the only thing I could
stop to talk.
make
I have to
sense
deal with
that
the
would make
water
sense for her to walk away right now.
Is there anything I can do?
The utilities building was one of the first to fall under
Yeah,
Geth
at least
control.
you currently have a
Find the mains
a
and
good
turn them back
general
on.
that's kind of
Until
like
then,
leading
this colony is
whole
dry.
group. So for
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
I have a ship fueled and ready to go. I could bring water in.
I'm looking forward.
Unless you
DaggerHeart
plan to
would
make
be
a trip
fun.
every few
We have
days,
Esling joining
that
us.
wouldn't really
I think
solve
that'll
our
be
problem.
great.
We need to be self-sufficient.
I have to go.
Yeah, I can't wait
I
to
wish
see
you
what
luck.
happens.
Yeah, that's exciting. Tomorrow should be a lot of fun.
But
I was told to make my supplies
first
available to
DaggerHeart.
you
It'll be
if you
fun
wish.
too, just because it's new. That'll be too.
Yes, that's true.
Goodbye.
Yes. Good luck.
Oh, I thought you were saying something. Oh no.
I was, and I completely lost my thought. It just poofed. So something about DaggerHeart. It'll come back to me.
I do like that you guys have your own pool of resources for your hope die. So, if you just have a really bad night, you're not rolling a lot of hope. That might stink, but at least everyone has their own pools.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask about,
I'm
I don't
grateful
know if
for
you've
what
read up
you've
on
done,
this,
but your heroics don't impress
tag
me,
team
Commander.
roles. I saw you can spend 3 hope to
Goodbye.
initiate a tag team role, but I don't know a lot about it yet.
Oh, yeah, actually, I created like I said, a GM screen for this, so I actually can tell you what that is. Let me see here. Have it somewhere. Okay, yeah, tag team roles. So once per session, you spend 3 hope. Both PCs roll. Choose one result for both. With hope, all gain hope. With fear, GM gains fear per PC. Attacks sum damage together. So if you both attack, we take your total damage and put it together. But one person's making the roll. And that's once per session per PC. So if you spent the 3 hope, another PC can piggyback off you. Then they can spend 3 hope, and then you can piggyback off them. But each person can only do that once per session to do the spending the 3 hope to do the tag team.
Gotcha. Yeah, that does sound really powerful for damage rolls.
But it's cool too because it's kind of like I think DaggerHeart is definitely built for bigger combat scenes. That's why there's rules written in place like, hey, you roll fear, well, then the GM can use the environmental effect to say, well, while you guys are fighting this group of enemies, 3 more come into the scene. And that's part of the environmental thing. And that would be like my move. And then if I spend an additional fear, then I could make an additional move with like maybe enemies that were already on board. And that's how I spend my fear, is moving pieces and making attacks and doing all that, or interrupting your guys' like turn order. It also has to make narrative sense too, so I'm not gonna, like with the dark side points, I don't abuse those with you guys. Obviously I was using a little more heavily last session, but it has to be a respectful thing too, because you don't want to also lock the players out of not being able to act. So it's a little bit of responsibility that you want to make sure you're not abusing rules to make it fun.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was a lot of light and dark side usage in the diplomatic mission, and I thought it worked really well on both sides.
Oh my god, I'm so glad to see HX using a light side. I was very happy to see Cecile using light side. Like, Star Wars system works well when you have a back and forth with those points. It's not good in that system when one side hogs the points and not use them, because then it doesn't allow for a lot of creative room. So, but yeah, it's always better just to use them. Even in the rule book, it literally says spend them when you can, because you can make really impactful moments or be impacted heavily by moments too. So
Yes, it was great. I think we started that last session off with 5 dark side and 2 light side. So HX was really cheering for you to use dark side against our group with Ula, Carrick, and Niella, so that when they got to their mission, they had the light side to use.
And I did. I used, I think I used 1 to reinforce the enemies. So you actually had an additional enemy enter the scene. That's all I did.
Yep.
But
Yeah, I think there was another additional enemy, but that was based off a threat or something that one of us rolled.
yeah, threat can also do it. But sometimes if you don't get threat, or you're like, well, it doesn't make sense to just interject every threat, I could do just a fear and make it really impactful. Just be like, hey, well, you're fighting this and you're turning your speeder around, Carrick. Guess what? Another speeder comes up right behind you now that you just turned around.
Right. Oh, for Carrick. No range options at all.
Nope. I will say, too, one thing I like about DaggerHeart is that you can swap out those cards. Instead of having to do like our long rest, always switch out your abilities.
Oh, that's right, because each card has that number which indicates the amount of stress you can spend to switch it from your vault. Is that right?
Yeah, which gives you a lot more flexibility to, like, if you find yourself in a scene that you didn't think you'd be in, and you're like, shit, that ability would have been a lot better for this, you could do that. So that'd be cool.
Yeah, that is really neat. I think there's even a few that don't cost stress to switch, which is even more powerful. But we're not there yet, so we don't have 6 cards. We don't have 5 cards yet, so it'll be a while.
Oh, I think most of you have maybe 2, maybe 3, but
yeah, I think the wizard Geller gets an extra one as part of his character creation, so I'm pretty sure he has 3.
I also like that you all have to make your individual decisions on what you're going to do during your short and long rests, because it's not like you can actually opt out of clearing all your stress or tending to all your wounds or repairing all your armor. Like, you can't do all of it. So in a long rest, you can only tend to your wounds and clear your stress, but maybe your armor was damaged, but you can't repair your armor because you can only do 2 actions. So I like that little strategy there too in your rest periods.
Yes, yeah, you have to make sure you use it well. You can't have everything. You can't take rest too often because all that fear it generates.
Do too like that you can choose 2 moves that can repeat. So, like, say you didn't get hurt, you have no stress, and your armor's all good, you could do 2 prepared moves and gain 1 hope. 2 hope if you do it with others. So you could do like prepare with a friend and get 2 hope, or you could do like maybe your character decides, you know what, I'm going to prepare with Thistle, and I'm also going to prepare with Varellus. And now you would gain quite a bit of hope during that time because that was your 2 moves. But maybe Thistle had to tend to her wounds, and then her other... so she would actually have to choose prepare 2 for you to gain the additional hope, but I guess that's also part of it. But you yourself could do 2 prepare moves and still gain 1 hope for each prepare move.
Very true. And that's on both short and long rest, looks like.
Yep. Yes. Obviously, the only thing you can't do on a short rest is work on a project.
Yeah, I'm excited about the projects. The more we talk about them, I'm looking forward to that aspect of the game.
I will ask, because usually a rest is 8 hours. So I would say, okay, well, you put 8 hours towards this long rest, as long as it's not, your long rest isn't interrupted, then you have 8 hours dedicated to your work. And because you also chose to tend to your wounds, you also heal all your wounds. And that's your moves, which is kind of cool. Or you think you can also do double work. I'm going to have to figure out what happens when you choose that move twice. Does that mean that you just are more efficient and cuts down the time? That's what I got.
You're really concentrating on it, not just kind of half doing it when you double work.
You're not like eating an apple or a full meal while you're also like reading a book. Like you're just reading.
Right. Yeah. So the countdowns, like for projects, is that something you also keep track of, or I guess you would have to because you know how many whatevers we need to do to accomplish the project.
Yeah, I actually, this is why I created a digital game master board for myself, so that way I can just instantly insert new countdowns and I can title the countdown. So I can put like, this is Remia's project countdown, and then I could actually put a little note saying this project countdown is for her to continue reading this very ancient book that she doesn't understand the language of, and that's why it's taking her it'll take her a complete 14 hours to decipher half of the book because she doesn't know the language, or maybe she has to decipher the language first, and maybe that's the project, and then once you decipher the language and make your own codex for it, then maybe that would reduce the time to actually read the book. So that's how projects work, is you would choose like, hey, I don't know that language in that book. You could choose to try to tackle that book and learn the language at the same time, but that might increase the time for you to actually like decipher it. Or you'd be like, you know what, I want to try to go through this book and I want to create a decipher for the language and try to break down like each character, each letter, each number, and create a means for me to translate it easier. And then I might be like, all right, that's cool, that's creative. So this first project that you're doing is to create a cipher for yourself, and this will take you maybe about 8 hours. It'll take you one full long rest. Great. And now the next project, once you finish that, will take you maybe instead of 14 hours, maybe to read the book now and use your cipher, it might only take you 3 or 4 hours. So projects is like how you want to try to tackle a complex situation, and you can think outside the box. And I want you guys to think outside the box. So if I tell you, well, if you're going to tackle this head on, it's going to be this many turns. But if you're like, well, this is what I want to do to try to make a shortcut of it, and then we can discuss. And then if it makes sense, be like, all right, well, if you do that first, we'll say that your total project time would be this instead.
Yes, I think that makes sense. That's really a neat thing to work into the game and to have the ability to do these projects. Be really neat. I want to ask more. You said you have a digital like GM dashboard. How did you put that together?
I found this online tool that allows me to create a I can have a party tracker. I have downtime rules, miscellaneous references like advantage. Advantage is different in this game. You're not rolling twice and taking a higher number. You're just adding a d6. Disadvantages, you're just subtracting. So you roll a d6 and then you subtract whatever the number is on the d6. So it's a little different. I needed a more digital workspace for DaggerHeart than I needed with Star Wars. Even though looking back on it, it would probably been a lot easier for me to have a digital screen for Star Wars back then. But now that we've been playing it for so long, I'm comfortable not having all the rules in front of me anymore.
That's really cool.
This
Nice.
sets it up so it's all in block. I have downtime rules, miscellaneous references like what's direct damage? Direct damage is armor slots can't be marked to reduce damage. So there's going to be enemies out there that can bypass your armor. There's group actions where you designate a leader. They make an action roll, and then they get +1 for each successful reaction roll. So basically how that works is you all would roll, but you'd make a decision who the leader is in those group rolls. And then even if you rolled a 3 and everyone rolled higher than you, because you were designated the leader, that's the roll. But every success that your group members had would add a +1 to your 3.
Okay, so and success would be rolling with hope. What if one of the people helping you rolls with fear?
Oh, no. So say the DC's 10, right? And everyone rolled, except for you, maybe you rolled a 3, but everyone rolled a 11. Let's just say everyone rolled 11. But even though some had fear, some had hope, they still succeeded. So you still get the +1. It's just hope would be divvied out to the people who rolled hope, and fear would be given to me.
I got it. Okay, so you've got a threshold, and everyone who meets or exceeds that threshold is a success. You can add +1 to the leader's roll, and anyone who doesn't succeed doesn't affect the roll. And everyone just gets the hope, or you get the fear based on the rolls.
Exactly. Yeah, because in Star Wars, you guys really only have to worry about rolling success or failure. But in this system, it's very similar to D&D in this way. There's something called DC, which is, I like to say difficulty challenge. I think other people break it down into different, but I like difficulty challenge. So if I say, hey, you have to roll higher than a 13 DC, then you know that you have to roll 13 or higher to pass the check. If you don't, you fail.
Yeah, that is neat. So group things we could do. It seems like there could be a lot of options, like maybe negotiating. Could we have someone be the leader and help them with that?
Yeah, so what I would do, kind of like what we do in Star Wars when you guys help each other with like advantages, I sometimes ask you, like, how are you providing advantage in this situation? Like most times I'm like, okay, you can just pass it along. But sometimes I'll be like, okay, well, Tony's piloting, but you're behind her. How are you helping her pilot in not a co-pilot seat? How are you providing her aid? And you have to explain that sometimes in Star Wars because it has to make sense. In this, there will be, if people are going to help you with like a negotiation, they're going to have to say how they're aiding you in that negotiation before they roll. So.
Okay, got it. So that really helps, like similar to Star Wars and the blue die. We'll have to justify how we could assist in that situation.
But I think this one's probably a little bit nicer, at least in the way that you can help people. But it also kind of is rough too, because it's like if you rolled 3 and you were marked as the leader, but everyone rolls higher than you, you still have to use that 3 as the base for the pluses. So even if everyone rolls well, you could still fail that DC even with everyone else succeeding. So
yeah, dice. You never know what's going to happen.
Nope. But it makes sense too that there's going to be a lot of situations where you're not going to have everyone roll for the same thing. It just, that makes no sense. It's cumbersome. So what you'll do is you would probably, like that example that you gave about negotiation, you might not have everyone trying to talk to the same NPC. That makes no sense. So you would designate someone to be that group leader in that moment. They would roll their dice, and then anyone that's trying to assist, they could be like, well, I'm in the background of Bremia, and I'm dancing like a fool to try to distract this guy so he's not thinking on the topic so keenly. So when she's trying to negotiate this, she can get an advantage in the negotiations because he's completely distracted. Like, okay, cool. Go ahead and roll and see if you can help her in this moment.
Nice. Do you have to spend a hope to help someone?
Nope. It just says leader makes an action roll with +1 for each successful reaction roll and a -1 for each failed reaction roll. So they can also help you negatively. So I guess that's a little different too than Star Wars.
I like the way you said that. They can help you negatively.
Yep. I don't know how else to say that. I guess they can have a negative impact. But
No, it makes sense because you're getting like a -1 to your roll, which isn't very helpful, but they were trying to help you.
Exactly. And I think that's cool in the system. I like how they handle like disadvantages and advantages. I love that because it's cool that you can re-roll and take the highest number in D&D, but I really like the fact that it's just giving you a little bit of an advantage, not a complete advantage. So I think that's cool with the D6. I think Critical Role having the experience that they have with D&D is, I think that's why they made some of these conscious decisions with some of the dice in their system. So
Yeah, I like that too, with advantage and disadvantage. It makes more sense to me than re-rolling, but I don't have as much familiarity with D&D to rely on.
yeah, and then I created a fear token tracker because I do not have a character sheet for the GM in Roll20, so I had to make a counter for myself so I can keep track of how I'm spending my fear tokens.
That's so strange you don't have your own, they don't have a method of count for the GM to keep all their information together.
Yeah, because it would have to come through that Demiplane website, and there's no DM sheet yet, so I made a recommendation like, hey, Star Wars does this with our light dark side pool. That would be awesome if we had that as well for DaggerHeart.
Yes, I agree.
Give you an example of difficulty. So DC 5 is very easy. DC 10 is easy. DC 15 is average. So if I give you a 15 DC, that would be like your 2 purple die in Star Wars. Hard is 20. Very hard is 25. And then nearly impossible is 30. So that's the high cap of the DC challenge, is 30.
Yeah, and 30 is not very achievable at this point, I would think.
No, but say you're level 4 or 5. But I think this is where the group roll could kind of in clutch. Or if you get a critical on your roll. So that's the other thing too, like with the group rolls, if someone rolls double numbers, they're not critting for you, but they give you success. And I might give you a additional success with that in that moment, because I don't think it's in that rules. I don't see it. So, but that might be like a house rule, like, hey, if someone's assisting you and they get a critical, then we'll give you a +2 instead of +1.
No, I like that, because it does seem like a critical should add a little more.
I agree. So yeah, it's still possible to hit 30. I just think to hit 30 might be easier in a group roll situation where you have a higher probability of getting more pluses added to your roll. Outside of like someone adding like combat bonuses, non-combat bonuses to your stuff with their abilities.
All right, I just got to get some levels, which it sounds like will take a lot of time in DaggerHeart.
Yep, there's no XP gain. It's all milestone, which in D&D terms, milestone is you level up when it makes sense. So narratively, like, hey, we want you to be this level through these 4 to 5 sessions because it's all set up to make it a challenge for that level range. And then once you hit the end of that little story arc, then you advance. It's kind of, that's what DaggerHeart is it's very milestone heavy. You're an adventure,
So,
learning.
Yes, and I probably already know the answer to this question, but do you already have the milestones that our group is going to need to achieve to level up mapped out?
I have arcs. The length of the arc, though, depends on your guys' actions. So I only have the first arc set up. Obviously, it's loosely set up because I don't know what you guys are going to do. I have like how I plan my sessions is I have bullet points and then I write brief notes on each bullet point. I try to come up with every thing that you guys would choose, but obviously that's impossible. Like you handing out guns in Star Wars, did not plan for that. That was cool. So you just react and you adjust. So what will happen with DaggerHeart is I might have a general idea of what an arc looks like. I might have it pre-mapped a bit, but it will adjust after every session. So I might say have 3 chapters or 4 sessions set up for this first arc, but you guys do something remarkable and it cuts out one of those chapters, so it makes it shorter. Or you guys do something that, again, I did not expect, and it might extend that arc by a session or 2. So it has to be kind of like malleable, I guess, depending on what you guys do.
I see. So we could dawdle and hang out in the town and miss the boats and stay there another few days, and that would extend our time and our arc.
Exactly. Like if you happen to be stuck in a place, or you guys are maybe having a good roleplay session one night and it takes you 3 hours to get through a lot of dialogue and stuff with each other, or maybe explore an area, that's cool. There's like no rush to try to level. If you're having fun, that's all that matters. It just, that might mean it extends the little story arc that you're in, and that's okay. I think the whole thing is, as long as you're having fun, I think that's what DaggerHeart's real focus is on. It's not about the leveling, it's about the experience and the journey that you're making with your friends. I think that's like the big drive for DaggerHeart. It's not the progression of your character's skills per se, it's more about the progression of your character's story.
Yes, that is, to be honest, for me, very different. I'm so used to MMOs and now Star Wars campaign, and having experience and having levels and constantly moving forward and moving vertically. So having this new DaggerHeart experience, being like, all right, you're here and this is who you are for a while. It really is very different way to think about things, but yeah, I see why. And like you said, the narrative and focusing on the story, it's just a good reminder, because you're not worried about the leveling process.
This valve
So
looks
that's,
like
I don't
part
know,
of
it's
a
pretty
large
cool,
system.
but
There are
unexpected,
likely
very
others
different.
we need to activate as well.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to this. Now, this type of system I don't think is going to be for everyone. I think if people are more focused on the mechanical aspects of pen and paper, it might not be an enjoyable system. But I think if you're viewing it as, hey, I'm hanging out with my friends, we're telling a story together, we're making rolls, we're doing actions, I'm using my abilities at the best of my ability, it could be a really fun journey if you're taking it in that stride. I think if you're taking it in, wow, we haven't leveled up in 5 sessions, this is getting stale, I think that might be the wrong approach with this system, because I think you're going to probably not have as much good time. So,
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. For me, it's also reminding me I need to focus on my character, make sure I really understand who she is and where she's going, because that's going to drive a lot of things, not the skills I have. They're kind of limited. There's not that much to do.
and you gotta remember, it is important to really get to know your character in this world, because you're going to be building that character from the interactions you have with other players, and just think of it this way too. If you haven't leveled in 5 sessions, I'm saying 5 because that's really the max I really want to push it. I might go to 6, but like I said, I'm not really pressured to, if it takes you 7, it takes you 7. If you guys are having fun, you guys are all engaging each other, why are we going to rush it? But if you're blowing through it, then that's cool too. Maybe you're just picking up on the cues quicker. Maybe your character's finding information through exploration better, or maybe the rolls are just assisting you a lot quicker than going against you. Then maybe you move along quicker, and that's okay too. But it's 100% about the journey. So, but I would take it as it will really help you understand your character very well at the level that you're at. So that way, when you advance forward, you know that previous level so well that learning that new ability or new attribute growth that you have won't take really all that much effort or length of time. Like in our Star Wars one, there's a few abilities that I know some people have that they forget to use half the time. And it stinks, because I want to be I want to remind you, but it's oh, nope, you should really remember this. But there's things that people have on their sheet that could make things easier for you guys.
Doesn't look like it's been activated yet, though. We should keep looking.
Oh no. I think that happens definitely with games as well. When you level really quickly in a game, you don't really understand what skills you have. So it's good to know that we'll be more comfortable with these.
Yeah, like illusion thing. Like I said, Cersei and I and Tony, I had to really look at them. Like, there's going to be, it's not this ability I'm hyper focused on. It's the fact that there are abilities written this way that we're going to have to contend with and try to make work in a reasonable way that's not punishing the player for choosing that ability, but also not making the experience for others lessened because of the way this is written.
Yeah, it makes sense. And definitely as we're learning this, like, I don't want to abuse any of my abilities, so I don't know if I'm going in the wrong direction. So we haven't had a chance to really explore that yet, but yeah, it's just one of those things we'll have to learn together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think your ability is necessarily like overpowered at all. I just was, for me, I was looking at the wording, and I'm like, huh. I think it was actually Cersei who brought up the fact that it could move and stuff. I'm like, or not move, because it doesn't specifically say it can't move. And that's, I think, where we were looking at. It's like, oh. Then I was looking at other abilities. I'm like, these aren't very detailed. So when people pick those abilities, I think we're going to have to, like, discuss when they use it and, like, structure a little bit of home brewing around them. Like, I think it's cool if we use a little stress to let you move the illusion if you wanted to. Because you're focusing, your character's focusing to move this illusion within the vicinity of herself. Because otherwise, keeping it stationary, I don't imagine that would cause stress. And that makes sense to me. In a mechanical way, that makes sense. Like, you're not having to focus on it. It's just plopped there. And if someone notices it and they're tricked by it and they're not approaching it, then great. But if they're approaching it and you don't want to give it away so quickly, you're stressing to concentrate to make this thing move so it looks more lifelike. Because the other thing I did notice too is it doesn't say anything about sound either. Or smell.
I know. I know, and I think I gave my illusion sound in the session 0, but then I wasn't sure if I could after I thought about it.
But I think the other thing too, though, with minor illusion with D&D is you actually can use minor illusion to create minor sounds. And DaggerHeart can't. So that's why I was like, well, I think she should be able to at least move it. I think that's a fair exchange. Like, she might not be able to make a sound with it, but if we can come up with a way that there's some sort of resource thing into it to make her move it, then that should be a choice that she makes to move it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that interpretation too, because I know with stress, it's something I'm going to be very cautious about using.
You don't want to go down there.
If
what are you doing
it's
down
really
here?
necessary,
Nothing I should be.
Use stress to make a movement. I'm not going to just use it for fun, you know.
Yeah, and I think we're going to find ourselves using that as an option for a lot of the abilities. I feel like if we get to a point where we're like reading this ability middle play and we're like, well, it doesn't really say that it can do that, but what, instead of going back and forth, I might go, okay, well, why don't you spend 2 stress if you want to do that with this ability, and I'll be one of those situations until we can get off stream and really talk about it. But I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few abilities in DaggerHeart because it's not as flushed out as Dungeons and Dragons, where we're going to be like, I'm not sure what the limitations on this ability is, so because I might have you do this, and then off stream we could figure out what it actually means, if we can figure out what it actually means. So.
Yeah, maybe it's meant to be
What's
open
the
to
matter with you?
interpretation.
Just
so
invoking
we
the
can
master's
choose
whip
the meaning for ourselves,
helps
and
remind
if we
me
all
I'm
agree on
still alive.
Yeah, that's probably
You're here
a
for
lot
the Geth, aren't you?
Discussion.
You're not the only one interested in those things.
Decision stuff making in the moment that we all probably have to do, because it is a narrative system. So you're probably right. It's probably intentionally done that way. But
who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for.
Yeah.
looking to get rid of.
It'll be fun, though.
They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the...
And in the background, this guy's screaming.
Oh no.
Just leave him. He is completely mad.
Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help?
Yeah, no, DaggerHeart should be fun.
Help me? No.
But yeah, I looked
No
over all
one
your
can help
guys'
me
sheets the other day, so I'm like,
I'd
whew,
rather
I'm gonna have to throw
fighting.
either a lot of minions at you guys, or at least some really strong enemies sometimes at you guys to make your fights interesting, because there's 6 of you, and because you all have these combat skills that we don't have in Star Wars, I feel like the fights are probably going to feel more larger scale in some situations than in Star Wars.
Fighting what?
Yes.
Not that kind
That's
of
good.
fight.
We're gonna need it.
It's like running through a
I
thorn
think
bush.
Eliza's character, Varilis, has like a skill that hits multiple targets too, which sounded interesting.
Ask him about the...
It looks like it might have a diminishing effect on the additional targets.
Okay, that makes sense. I have it's my subclass, I don't know what it is, spell or something, that allows me to add an additional target within range if I use stress, if I'm using magic. That's neat.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the abilities are nice because they're built in a way that you still have to spend a resource to use it or to give it an additional effect, which those I love, because I feel like it makes sense that your character's stressed in this moment because they're trying to expand their power beyond the limits of what it should do. So I love it.
Yeah, it's really neat too, because it makes those skills function differently depending on what resources you want to spend on them in the moment.
Yeah, and then you got your hope, of course. I think Cersei said it best. I think those resources are going to be used very, very much. Not just from you guys, but from me too, because everything I do in combat, very specifically, is driven on fear, but not just in combat, but out of combat too, because I can throw things at you guys out of combat as well based on fear, or make situations, not necessarily like throwing you into combat with fear in non-combat situations, but creating like scenarios that make it more tense. So I like DaggerHeart's very flexible that way. So I can't wait to see how it all plays out. So
Yep, I love our halflings are going to add hope too. It's nice to have a good starting place for resources.
Yeah, you halflings.
They're just such hopeful little creatures.
I didn't read anything that I start off with fear. I'm going to have to comb that one more time just to make sure I don't start off with fear.
So your fear doesn't carry over between sessions?
As far as I know, I haven't seen anything that read that it does.
Alright, that's good to know.
I'll like I said, I probably have to double check that, because it also makes sense why it might not, because the DM is more like an environmental force, not a constant, where you guys are a constant. Your characters are living day by day, and you might not be in the same area that you're in. I could see maybe like fear carrying over in the same environment at minimal, but that's something, like I said, I have to look into to see if that's actually the case or it just resets every event.
Interesting. And also, like, I think in between Star Wars sessions, when we've finished a mission, we usually replenish our wounds and our strain. But with DaggerHeart, in between sessions, are we going to have a rest or an equivalent of a rest, or is it just going to pick right back up from where we left off?
Yeah, I mean, technically in the Star Wars one, you guys probably should be carrying over your stress and HP loss. But
yeah, I think we've been able to clear it, like when we're on a ship resting and able to focus on not being attacked or having to worry about being hit by fighters out in space, that we've been able to clear some. Because I think their strain, if you take a moment and sit and rest, you can clear some anyway. But okay, yeah, it's good to know, because there's got to be a reason for us replenishing things, it sounds like with any good story.
Yeah, obviously, I think in DaggerHeart, you guys aren't gonna. You would have to rest to replenish. So, at the end of the session, if you don't rest, you don't replenish. And there might be situations where you can't just rest. I mean, you might be in the middle of a dungeon and there's a 20 countdown on it, or maybe a 30 countdown. So you know that if you rest, that countdown's gonna probably skip. If you do an hour rest, it might go down to 10, and that would be very bad if that dungeon's about to collapse on you. So there may be moments too where you might not even be able to rest in DaggerHeart.
Yeah, that's true. Like in theory, when an adventuring party is out and decides to rest, you might place guards or something to make sure you're not attacked. But I don't think that's really an option here. And it sounds like from previous discussions, if we're resting, we could still get interrupted.
Yep. I think if you guys decided to do like a type of guard action, I might just say that that might be your project time for a long rest, is that you are keeping a vigilance on your camp, and that might give that individual like a bonus to spot any threats that are coming by, to react. So we can use project time too as a way to like have a guard or someone stay up during the night to protect you guys.
I like that idea, because it does seem pretty irresponsible if you're out in the woods not knowing what's around you to not post a guard. So that's a good idea. I like projects. So much flexibility.
Yeah, they can still say, well, I'm going to take a guard for this evening, so that's going to be my project. And then my second action is to maybe repair my armor. So they might actually have like, whoever decides that night, they might have like a little RP opportunity if they want. They'll have a moment. They could choose not to RP, obviously, but if they choose to, they could do a little RP there, and maybe they're repairing their gear while they're keeping an eye out on the surrounding. And then when they're done their little RP scene, whatever they wanted to role play, then we would have them roll a DC check just to see if they spot anything crazy out in the wilderness. And if they don't, awesome. Doesn't mean that they succeeded, because if they failed, then it might be like, well, you didn't notice anything, and now you guys are attacked. Like, it could be something like that, or you didn't notice anything and you're fine. So it really depends on the situation, of course, but if they succeed, then yeah, you definitely notice that there's shadows just outside of the light of the flames kind of surrounding your little camp. Go ahead and roll. You'll get the initiative. You'll be spotlighted in this action first before the enemies can attack, or they might notice the enemies and give you guys all a chance to wake up first. Again, it really depends on the situation, because maybe they hear the sounds of like a passing patrol, but they're not close enough to see you guys quite yet, so they might be able to warn the party like, hey, there's people around us. And then in that situation, then the party itself would be spotlighted, but obviously the person taking guard would get the full spotlight. Like, they would act first, and maybe their action is to wake you guys up. Again, different situation. In that situation, you guys would all be obviously set up to engage first, or set up a surprise attack, or stay quiet and observe and stay silent and stealthy. So.
Right. Have to keep in mind we don't always have to jump into attacks or attack people. We can sneakily move away. It feels like adventuring in games, really, you do attack things. That's kind of what you're out in the world to do a lot of the time. So having these defensive options or these alternate options where you go a more peaceful route, sometimes it's kind of hard for me to keep that in mind. So it's good. And it'll be interesting to see how those situations play out.
They'll be back.
Yeah,
And if
you
the
guys
guests
don't
don't
always
kill us,
have to
we'll die
attack.
of hunger
You
soon
can
enough.
find a way to get
Are
around
you doing
the
anything to remedy
situation.
the situation?
You tell me how you're doing it.
With
Let's
Varen
do
meat,
it.
but it's
Like,
too dangerous. The
obviously, there's going to
he's
be
huge
situations
and he's
where you
mad.
can't.
Rabid,
You're
maybe.
going down
Totally
one corridor, and
uncontrollable.
there's no other ways
I
to
can't
go
do
around that
anything
corridor. You
until
might
he's
have a
dead.
choice.
Yes.
I killed the big
Those
Baron.
speeder
The rest
bikes
are
that just
yours.
showed up and started shooting at
Excellent.
us.
I'll organize a
We
hunt when
didn't
the
really have a
immediate threat of the
choice.
Geth is gone.
I have to go.
Exactly.
Here, for your trouble. It's not much. I
I'm
know,
looking
but
forward
it's
to
all we can
DaggerHeart. I
spare.
think that'll be fun. I think there's a lot of neat room for everybody, including me, to have a lot of roleplay moments. I think Star Wars, I do have roleplay moments, but I feel like in DaggerHeart, there's going to be a lot more opportunity with that. So,
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up.
Yeah, awesome.
I still need the power cells for this generator.
I found these power cells.
Now if I can kick these power cells.
finish
into
this
place,
up,
I'll have
and
this
then
colony
I'll
up.
probably
The water
end this
started-
stream.
now we just-
We've been going on. For
Here,
about...
a few credits for
Well,
your
but Cersei just joined.
Thank you again,
us.
Commander.
Oh, is Cersei in their Discord with us?
Hello.
Oh, geez. Hi, Cersei. You can interrupt anytime.
I just joined.
Oh, what were your thoughts on everything that we just discussed or I rambled about?
I don't have a ton of them. I've been listening for a little bit, but thank you all. What you've all said about the DaggerHeart stuff has been pretty accurate, heavily narrative, and
You're
a
the
lot of
commander
the
of the
skills are
ship
kind
that
of
just
vague.
landed.
So you kind of have to, I think, like with
Good
D&D
luck out
and
there.
stuff, or when we have actions, you know, that you want to describe like what your character is doing. I feel like that's kind of why the vagueness exists, because it's like, okay, you've got this skill. Describe what you'd be doing with that skill, and that might paint a better picture of like the possibility of that skill. Like,
Don't impress me, Commander.
if my character
get the
Thistle
feeling you don't like
is
me.
turning, you
How
know,
would you
doing
feel if
her
you were hung out to
druid
dry by every government
transformation,
organization
it
that ever
might come down
promised
to,
to keep
okay,
you
describe
safe?
your
They should
transformation
have
as
sent
you're
a small
transforming
fleet.
into
Instead,
this
we get one
creature.
ship.
So that
And
might
you're
tell a
only
deeper
interested in the
story in
gap.
itself as I'm describing, you know, how she's transforming.
Goodbye.
Commander.
I can't wait for you guys to go into those more details about your character's magic. That'll be fun. I have a lot of that opportunity in Star Wars, so. Well, the Jedi do, but you guys don't.
Well, the fun part in the DaggerHeart is we're all different in how our magic works. Like, you've got a sorcerer, you've got a wizard, and you've got me as a druid.
The tower's
and then, of course,
secure.
we've got
Thanks to
other
you.
characters that might not be as
just glad your
magically
colony's safe.
inclined,
I
but
appreciate your
still have
concern
their
and
own
your efforts
abilities
against
that
the
are
Geth.
a little bit
They
different.
may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
Help me find what the Geth are after, and you'll all get out of here alive.
Yeah, Cersei's just
We don't know what they're
eager
after.
to turn into
they
a
came,
squirrel.
They attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the
Yep.
ExoGeni
That's
headquarters.
gonna be
A good
very
place to start
exciting.
looking if you want answers.
That'll be
What's
adorable.
ExoGeni?
It's the
Yeah,
company
that,
most of us work for.
I don't
before
know
the
exactly
attacks.
what
They
everyone can
fund
do
this
yet,
colony.
magic-wise. So
The Skyway
that'll be
leads
really
directly
exciting to see.
ExoGeni headquarters.
Um,
You can't miss it.
And to hear
Of course, there's an
described,
army of
because
Geth between
there's a
here and
lot of
there.
opportunity, it looks
I
like,
didn't
to
expect
just
this would be
talk
easy.
about
Then
how
maybe
your
I can get
magic's
this colony
manifesting
operational
itself.
again.
And
I destroyed a Geth
what it
transmitter in the
means.
tunnels. They won't be a problem
Hey,
any longer.
2 little magic
Thank
spells,
you,
I
Commander.
think.
When you're dead. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
I think that's
luck
the
with that.
fun part, though, is because that's the stuff you don't have to follow. Like, you can be a sorcerer, but you could say your power manifests through your eyes. Let's say it manifests through your eyes. So whenever you are performing a spell, like, there's this glow that emanates from your eyes and your hands, and like, you can describe things like that. Like, you add those little, like, almost like little artistic points to your character that
I don't know how
only
much
you
more
can
I can
describe,
take.
and they can make your character a little bit more unique, or in how they cast their spells. Maybe they are a character that prefers to cast, you know, by saying a few words or moving their hands a certain way. Like, you can describe all of that, and it just builds on your character and who they are. So
Definitely. That'll be very interesting tomorrow in our festival atmosphere to see what we end up doing.
I'm looking forward to it because I think you guys will have a lot of opportunities to explore on your own. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of different scenes going on at the festival, but I also think there's opportunities for you guys to take advantage of engaging with each other at random times and in different times. So there is a possibility that some of you actually could have more meaningful conversations between each other, and then there might be possibilities where you don't have a lot of that opportunity depending on how you go around the festival and doing your own thing. So interesting.
Yeah, that's true. We're not necessarily going to be talking to each other. We don't have all those connections yet to know one another.
Correct. Like Bremia and Geller, I think his name is. I'm trying to still get used to the names, but they might be off going to the beach and talking to what's her name after they just try to research why the tides are acting.
Yep, Geller. Bremia will probably be following him around.
You have Thistle and our Arave kind of just meandering around, probably doing a couple of the festival events, especially some of the maybe the pie eating and stuff, and then ride in.
Stuffing my face.
Very Thistle.
Yep. She's going to that pie eating contest. She's
And
gonna
now
beat
to the
everyone.
guest base.
She's already planning.
Not something an intelligent being would typically say.
And then you'll have probably Raiden and Varelis drinking somewhere. Or maybe they might even partake in some of the events knowing that there's prizes associated with the events. And there's actually going to be tangible prizes. It's not going to be roleplay prizes. So you guys could actually win like things. So.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how Bremia is going to meet Raiden and Varelis. They're just people that were on the boat to her right now.
Every great adventure has a point that ties them together, and I guarantee you, might not happen in the morning time, but something might happen the next day that ties y'all together. So, the first day is supposed to really just give you a chance to just feel out your characters, get to know them, get used to the dice, because I feel like the dice are going to be a lot different than what most of us are used to. I mean, rolling 2 D12s is a lot different than rolling a D20 or rolling the unique dice that we roll for Star Wars. Like, I feel like the D12s are going to be really different. So, the whole fear and hope, that's going to be interesting too. So,
yes, keeping up with the hope and the fear.
I think it's fun. I like it. I think the hard thing is we do have to keep up with specifically the hope, because it doesn't necessarily always add up correctly. So if we're spending hope or gaining hope, we just need to keep a pretty much number in our head of where we're at.
What are they looking for?
Yeah, I do like the character sheets from Demi-Plane that make it very easy to roll the dice for whatever we're rolling for. That's good.
I know every time you get to roll fear, and like, ooh, what can I do in this scene to you?
Oh my. Don't make me sick again.
No, you made yourself sick.
I know. I could just see it though. I'd be like, Thistle won the pie eating contest, and now they're in like a combat scenario, and the fear that it puts on me is, you really overrate her earlier, and now you're about to bust.
Elizabeth could still be in there. It's only been a few days.
Oh my goodness, you'd think Thistle might think twice in the future after getting sick on the boat, but it doesn't sound like she will.
No, she's gotta have some good treats. Goodness. That's what's a halfling's life supposed to be without some good food and good treats?
Okay, you're definitely sounding like Frodo's hobbits.
Second breakfast?
Yep.
Yep, that's Thistle. That is Thistle.
She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
Yeah, no, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It was fun last weekend too, because we never really had a very heavy dialogue focused session like that before, so that was nice to see. Everyone was super, very, very kind. People who weren't participating, they were very kind to let us finish that scene. So.
I thought it was a great scene. It was very high stakes for a diplomatic mission. It was intense. I really enjoyed it.
The roles that were supposed to be good came out good. That's what matters.
Right. And I was telling Nahili earlier, I just wanted to celebrate those. It was so exciting. Like when you succeeded and triumphed, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, the dice were definitely working in our favor. We had some failures, but they weren't like important failures. So it's like the ones that were important we succeeded on. And it's like, that's all that matters.
100%. I did think it was really funny though when Cecile tried to knock some drinks off of a tray and failed. It's like, oh man, how?
Yeah, she couldn't knock. She's not very athletic at all. She couldn't knock the drinks off. And then when she tried to do it the second time, she couldn't do it.
Not one of the guests.
So it's like backup plan.
Forget them. We need to deal with
the backup plan was perfect. And the fact that it didn't, the initial plan didn't work was just too funny. But your backup plan was
yeah,
great.
But backup plan was the better option anyway.
Right, a little terrifying, but it worked.
Yeah, I think if her original plan had actually worked, it probably wouldn't have got
John.
enough
They're
attention
obviously
to
not
really
Get back to
sell it as much.
are
Like,
you?
oh,
What
someone
do you
knocked
want?
over some drinks. Everyone turns their head for a second.
Commander Shepard, I'm here to remove your
she's
guest
just
problem.
trying to knock over drinks again.
You see? You worry too much.
Right, when
really got a problem with that droid.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I
yes,
thought we were the only humans
when
left
you
on this planet.
knocked yourself out, I was like, "There's no one in the room that's going to be looking at
Fidan
HX
and
at
some
this
of the
point."
members of Zeus Hope are still alive. I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They're surviving, but the Geth really hit them hard.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Well, I'm going to ask you two, would you like to continue this discussion? If so, I might just have to do like a 15-minute intermission to go and walk the puppy.
It's up to you, Cersei. I do need to make some coffee.
I think a break is good, and we can always come back if you know, if you want to. I know you've been streaming for quite a while, so a break is very well due. So it's fine. I am going to be on, so yeah, we can always hop back on in a bit.
Yeah, I'll put a little intermission screen up and be back in about 15 minutes, and then we can continue the discussions, even if it's not necessarily tabletop, maybe other stuff too, because I think we even had a discussion about Ashes a little bit and other MMOs, so we just kind of had actually been having just a casual conversation this stream. Be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much. There we go. We're back.
I'll do whatever I
Yay,
can to
welcome
keep them
back.
away from you, but I need some information.
Hope you guys got your
kind of
coffee
information?
and snacks.
Ignore him.
I
The
do.
Geth
I
are up
have
in the
my
Exogeny
coffee.
headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Important question. Do you
Those
take your
headquarters are
coffee
private
black or
property,
do you put
soldier.
stuff?
Remove the Geth and nothing
Oh, it's a
else.
lot more complicated than that.
Oh. What's the story?
Okay, all right. You asked. I have an
not
espresso
interested in your
machine,
company's secrets.
so they're
Commander,
different
before you
little
go,
pods that
my
different
daughter,
sometimes
Lisbeth,
flavors, just
she's
intensities. So I choose one of
They
those.
shouldn't
This
waste
one's actually
time poking
flavored.
around.
It has
We can
some
do a
almond,
proper accounting
something
of
or
our
another,
casualties
and then I
after
have
the
a
Geth are
milk
gone.
frother. So I
That's
froth
my
the milk,
daughter you're
I
talking
make the
about.
coffee,
She's
and
still
then I
alive.
put the milk
I
in the
know it.
coffee, and then it's
Where's your
made.
daughter,
So
Juliana?
I guess not too
She was
complicated, but a
working
little
in the
more than
Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah.
Oof,
there
that
were
was like a
several
story
places
for
she could
coffee.
hide.
yes. I kept it short.
If she's in there, I'll get her out.
Thank you, Commander.
When you love something,
Thank
though,
you.
you love it, right? So.
Yeah, I truly enjoy this coffee. So
Stay
or
bunkered down
espresso
until
or
I find out
whatever
what
it
the
is,
Geth
I
are
really
after.
enjoy it.
Of course. And please remember, if you see my daughter...
I don't know if you noticed, but I put my character in Mass Effect armor today for the stream.
I did notice that, yes.
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
What do you need?
I need to
I
retrieve
have
some
never
data.
played Mass
It's not a
Effect.
big job, but it pays well.
I'm listening.
I think you've told me in the past it's very story
Poking
driven.
around in the ruins has become a bit too dangerous.
It's a
for me.
first.
People are quick to assume we
Well, no,
enjoy
it's a
being in
third
hazardous
person
situations.
It's not that
FPS RPG.
All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny
story
headquarters.
cinematic.
Drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
Space opera type game.
All right, that's a mouthful.
But it's choose your own stories. You make choices. Now, the ending will always be the same, but your story in between getting to the beginning to the end will be vastly different from another player's.
I'll look around if I get the
That is
chance.
neat.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all
Like you
depends
could have
on
a
getting out of here alive.
good ending or a bad ending per game. In the second game, there's a chance that you lose all of the allies that you based on choices that you've made throughout that game. But then the choices that you make in this game, the first one that I'm playing, carry on to the second game, and the choices you make in the second game carry on to the third game, and then the third game's ending, you have 3 choices at the end of which choice you make. I won't say anything beyond that, but what's beyond that, what cutscene you get at the end, will be based on like who survived the entire journey.
I see. It sounds like it has
Why work in the middle of nowhere if
replayability
your skills are so
because
useful?
you can see different
Maybe I've got a bit of the
stories
frontier spirit in me.
based on your choices.
That, and the alternative is a bit too secure for
See,
my liking.
I don't know if there's any other game like it.
Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much,
This is probably
so long
the
as we keep a low profile.
15th, 14th time I've played this all the way through, so.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind what I said.
So definitely replayable.
It's just really in depth. There's not a lot of games out there right now that allow you, that are story driven, that have combat involved in it, that has exploration and side missions as complex as this one does in modern gaming. Like, I think there are open world games. I think there are games that have a lot of side content, but they're typically stuck to one game. This one is, you continue your character's journey from game to game, and your save data carries from one game to the next. That isn't a common thing in modern gaming. Right now, it's you finish the game, you're done, and that character's story ends abruptly. This one, it doesn't end abruptly. You continue on, and I think that's what makes it attracting for people who love story and who love RPG games. I think this is what makes it, but also people who like first-person or third-person shooters will also find a charm in this. But then there's also some like fantasy elements too to it. Like my character, I chose the adept role, so she's kind of like a Jedi, except it's more biotics rather than the Force. So it's like implants that have been placed in her that allow her to use like telekinesis and stuff.
We've been trapped for days.
That sounds like a neat character.
I hope you can get us out of this mess.
And it's a very big story. Like there's a lot of small political stories going on. You meet a lot of different cultures and races and stuff, but there's one major story to this. And that major story to Mass Effect is what binds all the other games together. They're in the form of a sentient machine race that literally has these cycles, and during these cycles it destroys those civilizations that have reached the peak of their technological might, and they repeat the cycle over and over again. And while they're doing this, they actually like retain some of that culture's like identity by consuming them into their perfect like machine type being. I guess that's the best way to put it. And that's not spoiling anything for you, because you learn that pretty early in Mass Effect 1 about the Reapers. You learn that the Reapers are these sentient beings that continue this cycle over and over again. And throughout the Mass Effect games, you learn a little bit more about the Reapers, a little bit more about the Protheans. The Protheans are that civilization that was consumed before the civilization that you're playing. And you just get to learn more about that past culture. You get to learn more about the Reapers. You get to learn about the cycles. And towards the end of during the DLC of Mass Effect 3, you actually learn the origins of the Reapers. So it's this whole big lore dump through every game. And that doesn't include all the small lore dumps that you get throughout the way. You get like the council races, you get information about the Krogan, you get information about the Taurians, the Solarians, the humans. You get all this like intense lore throughout the entire game that you don't feel overwhelmed by it by the way this game is structured. Like it's just naturally given to you through the interactions that you have. Like, you know, the Batarians are crazy, typically bloodthirsty individuals, but you also realize that it's a little more complex than that. Their culture isn't necessarily that way. It's just the initial interactions you have with the Batarians. They seem very like driven on war and conflict, but then you realize, no, that's not entirely true. Then you learn about the Turians. The Turians are very militaristic. And you get that vibe early in Mass Effect 1 because you meet some Turian generals and they're very structured, organized. But then you start realizing, like, no, there's complexity to them too. They're very human in their very alien features. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of human qualities. Like, they're just trying to live. They're just trying to survive. They're just trying to make it by. And then you meet normal Turians running shops and stuff. So you get to learn a little bit more like, hey, their military is maybe the center of their culture, but they have a lot of depth as well. So if you like that type of story narrative, if you like a lore-driven universe, if you like the fact that you can continue your character story from one game to the next, and maybe gunplay isn't necessarily your favorite thing in a game, the rest of it outweighs that because there's so much story in this game. And that's why, like, Mass Effect is, for me, the pinnacle of what an RPG should be. Because there is just so much to it that it's just hard for me to find that nostalgia in other RPG genres right now. Because they stop. Their stories end abruptly at the end of the game. Sure, you get all this cool lore and story with it, but it doesn't continue beyond that. Mass Effect actually has novels, comics. They've got all this extended stuff too around it that just further the mythos. It's just, I can't say anything more than I already have about it, but without spoiling anything for anyone that hasn't played it. But it's fascinating. it's really cool. Like, I would recommend it. I mean, like I said, this is probably my 16th, 15th playthrough in this game, so.
Yeah, I feel like you could sell the game to other people, because every time I hear you talk about it, it's clear how much you enjoy it. And I have thought about getting it, but I haven't yet. I feel like I need to finish some of the games I've started recently, because I have a tendency to move on from the solo games and not play them through to the end and try to be better.
Yeah, and I just feel like there's not enough sci-fi in the market either when it comes to like role play. There's a lot of fantasy. There's some sci-fi like dotted around, but there's just not the strong sci-fi experience that you get from Mass Effect. There hasn't been a game like that in a long time. I think Starfield tried to do that, but Starfield fell really short. It had a very empty universe, and people immediately felt that. You had KOTOR, which was awesome, also another BioWare game like this was, but KOTOR sort of ends at KOTOR because KOTOR 2 picks up a whole new story. So there's not a lot of in the sci-fi space that feel, or for me, have ever been at the level of Mass Effect.
That's fair. I do. When you start talking about games, it's really, you have an encyclopedic knowledge about these games. I'm always learning something new from you.
Certain games, like Mass Effect, I've played this so much that I know where all the side quests are. I know a lot of the lore, but it's not like I sat there and read the lore. It's just because I played it so much that the lore sticks in my head.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I've tended towards more fantasy than sci-fi gaming in general, but that might just be because, like you said, it's just a lot more common.
Fantasy games tend to have a lot more dedicated to them as far as complexity. Like Dragon Age. Dragon Age is a really good RPG game. It's turn-based in the way that things stop and you can decide your actions and stuff. Whereas in later Dragon Age games, they become more action-oriented. But the original Dragon Age Origins is very tactical in the way that it pauses the action so you can make conscious decisions. And
I am familiar with Dragon Age, the original one. I really enjoyed that, but I didn't stick with the subsequent games.
They can be a little harder, and I think the part of it for me with Dragon Age, and I love Dragon Age, I played all of them, even the most recent one, which I have opinions on, but I think for me, why I go back to Mass Effect is because I make a character and I can continue her story throughout, and I feel more connected to it. So when I go to Mass Effect 2, even though they have like new game systems and stuff involved in it, it's still the same depth, it's still the same overarching thing, but your character feels very much yours because your decisions still reflect from what you made in Mass Effect. Unique. If you've never tried it, and when it's on sale, because Mass Effect goes on sale quite a bit, the Legendary Edition, it comes with all 3 games, all the DLCs, so you get everything for like under $12. You get over 125 plus hours of game. Amazing.
I'll have to follow that to look for a sale.
I'm not trying to sell you on it if it's sci-fi is not your thing, but I know you like story, and I know you like richness in it, and it's something that you did with Final Fantasy. You watched all the cutscenes and followed the story. I think with Mass Effect, I think once you got past how combat is in this game, I think you'd love the narratives and the decision-making process. I think you'd love that.
Yeah. I'm willing to try it at some point. I don't think I'm against sci-fi. I just don't have as much experience with the sci-fi games. But yeah, it does sound like a great story.
I mean, if you see what I'm doing right now, it's not like it's very hard first-person shooter. I'm not the best shooter. That's why this game works for me. Like, I love first-person shooter games, but this has an RP element to it because you can stink at first-person shooters and still do extremely well in this game. So
That's good because I don't tend to play first-person shooters. It's just not a genre that I really enjoy. But like Dune was a lot of shooting people, and I enjoyed that. So I think it's handle.
Loved Dune too. I mean, that was a very linear story, but that was still really fun because of the way they made combat, how they made their world. Like the whole Haga Basin experience, I think is the best experience I had with a survival game in a long time.
I did enjoy the combat, especially, and hanging out with other people. It was a lot of fun. And then I guess I think we got through it before all the next chapter came out. I haven't really gotten into that.
Yeah, I miss. Dune could have been a lot more for sure.
I feel like we keep saying that about games.
Yeah, well, because Dune was great in the beginning. Like, I feel like the PvE experience in Dune was probably the best experience in Dune.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And out in the deep desert, we went out a couple of times, but I didn't really experience PvP out there as much. But you spent a lot more time out there. What was it like?
Dune, the deep desert, that was in the initial weeks when the game was just launched. It was really good. There's a lot of people out there. Like the best part I saw in Dune was when there was a fleet of ornithopters flying with a carrier, and they were going to a large sand spice plume. Like that was the coolest thing I ever saw. Actually, I think I was actually sharing my screen on Discord that night. I was like, oh man, this is really badass. Like, look at how many ships there are flying. Holy crap. That was amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember us harvesting spice and having lookouts, and that was neat. It was a little uneventful, which is fine. Yeah, it was fun, just coordinating and working together as a team.
Yeah, I think we made it more of a tension than the actual desert was at that time. We're trying to be so careful.
Yeah, we had you, Fraxity, and was there Miriam playing too? I know we had several people that had been out in the deep desert that kind of guided the rest of us.
Yeah, I wish we were able to get you guys into deep desert earlier, because I think the tension of the deep desert earlier probably would have made it more memorable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because, yeah, we ran across that few group when we were all together, and I had to like flee because I was like somehow I ended up by myself. I think I got ahead of the group, and I was like, oh shit! But then after that, we didn't really run into anyone else. And then actually, as they were chasing us, they saw all of you guys, and they turned because they didn't know if you were armed.
Yes.
So
right.
It's the sad
Yeah.
thing to do. Like I feel like that magic is gone for deep desert.
Yeah, I think with games in general, it's difficult to get a good PvP balance. There are a few games that do it well, and I'm definitely not a hardcore PvP player, but I enjoy it when it's got when you feel like you can make a meaningful contribution. In some games, if you're not constantly online and constantly progressing, then you just don't have a chance because you're outgeared and out-leveled and everything else. So it's hard to find that good balance.
Be right back.
Okay.
Hold down the fort, guy.
Cersei, what are you playing now?
I am playing Marvel's Rivals right now.
Very nice. I'm gonna guess you're focused in a fight, so I don't want to distract you.
You're fine. Oh, it's so good. It's, you win some, you lose some.
That is such a true statement.
Indeed. I think that's the problem with gaming too. Sometimes people get so focused on the winning that they lose out on what's actually fun about all of it. So
Yeah, that's very true. If you're in a race to the top, you don't experience the journey, and sometimes that's the best part.
Yep. 100%. You gotta enjoy the journey. Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what you get the most out of.
Yeah, we can meet some great people along the way.
I'm back, by the way. Talkative one is back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I had to get snacks for tomorrow's pen and paper.
Good plan, good preparing ahead. We're starting at 3 p.m. Eastern?
Yep. I mean, obviously, if we can get on a little earlier, then I might just turn back the stream start.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because I know some of us have to get out a little early sometimes on Sundays.
Yeah, because pen and paper can be hard. Yeah, can extend a little bit over that 4 hour. So.
Yes, for sure. I think last week was close to, it was, with the scene it had to play out, I think we went close to 5 hours. And that was great, but definitely good that we waited to have the next scene with Neil and Carrick. And wait, yeah, that's next week though. That's not tomorrow. I'm getting my pen and paper mixed up.
Yeah, that's why I had to apologize to you guys, because I was like, oh, I felt bad.
No, it would have been really hard to stop the scene in the middle with the diplomatic mission.
I didn't know how I was going to do that. I was like, I mean, I could interrupt them in the middle of this, but I feel like that would break up the flow, and that would be bad.
Yep, I'm glad it played out all the way.
Yeah, just means we focus on the other group for a little bit.
The Geth have moved in rather quickly.
They must want something from the exogeny system. Why else would they
Just
bother with all
switching
this?
back to Ashes for a moment, I didn't watch the stream yesterday because I was traveling, and of course I know about the Steam update. Did they push back the Harbinger and what is it, the new class update to December as well?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't remember. I think I got so fixated on the beta thing. I was like, oh my god.
It was a major announcement. Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear about it. I'm hoping that releases in November, so there's at least a little testing of it. But because major content like that's gonna cause some hiccups, I'm sure.
And the unfortunate thing is, with the beta thing, I'm like, this isn't a surprise. Like, I had a really strong feeling you guys are going to do this. So for me, this isn't a big announcement. It's more of a big disappointment because I was hoping I was wrong.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate.
There's just too many indicators that they were running out of funding. So I don't want to claim that. They say it's fully funded, right? But it's like, it's fully funded. I mean, you can't say that and then have to have costs like employees and all this other stuff. Like, you can't say it's fully funded when you have these other expenses. Like, that makes no sense. I think that's just a buzzword that you're using.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like some sort of funding need to do Steam. I did hear a interesting theory that maybe there's an investor that threatened to pull out if this didn't happen. Of course, that's just made up. Who knows if that's true? But wouldn't be surprised if money was behind the decision.
I mean, they partially admitted money was part of the decision because of the server costs, and they did bring up the employees, but it's like, I just don't like when they use terms that are like fully funded and then you still need funds. It's not fully funded if you need funds from us.
Right. Fully funded is it's not a very precise term. You might be fully funded through Monday and then you run out of funds. I mean, it's not a very helpful way to describe things.
I don't know, and I think the community at large was just wanting them to be honest with that.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth, or one of those Varen.
It's a shame too, because we were all looking forward to Ashes, so I think a very small part of us still hopes that it works out.
Yep, 100%. I definitely have that hope, but I'm already kind of mourning it in a way. Like,
You're safe now.
I'm sad to.
But why
it's
were
sad
you here in the
for
first
me to
place?
think that we might not get into it
It's
again.
my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data.
I know, right? It's like they didn't even
The
take
next thing I knew,
PAX
the Geth ship
Days
latched on, and the power
early
went.
access as a warning
I was
of what can
trapped.
happen.
I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
Oh my goodness, that was such a mess.
Let's say PAX Day turns things around, right? They change their pay model, and it becomes this really awesome game to play. Well, because of all the negative reviews, is anyone going to give it a chance? It's a really hard thing to fight back from. Ask No Man's Sky. They really had to push hard and fight hard to get from their negative reviews back to mostly positive to very positive. So
We'll get you out as soon as we find out what the Geth are after.
Yeah, looking at PAX
It's
Day,
not
they're
the
at
Geth,
mix,
it's
but
the energy
the
field
number
they
of
put out.
reviews is kind of
They
low.
don't want anyone else getting access to the.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that turns around.
the worst
here
thing
for
is
the
for
Geth.
them, they already
It's very
started
important
off
that
with
I find
negative
out what they're
reviews, so
after.
now you're going to go into
I don't know
Steam
for certain, but
where people are going to
the
buy
lesson
into
learned
it
for the Thorian.
that weren't following you this whole time.
Thorian?
Having an
I have never heard of
expectation of what
such a
an
thing.
MMO
It's
is.
an indigenous life form.
And be-
Exogenny was studying it.
What else can you tell me?
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find the Thorian?
I can't imagine those reviews to start
I
are
might
going
be
to
able
be
to,
very
but not
great.
with those Geth crawling
And
around
it does sound
everywhere.
like
Look, we need
us
to get out of here, past
that
that
have
field.
access currently to Ashes, we wouldn't play through
Do
Steam.
you know how we can shut it down?
We would still
No,
continue the way we
not
currently
exactly.
do. So we wouldn't be
But I
able
think
to
the Geth ship
even
is
review it
powering
on
it.
Steam unless we want to pay
I've
more
noticed the Geth
money.
laying power cables everywhere. You could follow
Right.
those cables,
And
but
I just
there's
hope
Geth all over the place.
they're respectful to us too, because as long as there's no subscription, then that shouldn't use our subscription time, right, for our package. I don't think they answered any of those questions, so I'm hoping we're still good on that. I think 90% we are. But there's always that 10% now that I'm like, are you going to pull a PAX on us right now? Like,
No, I agree. There should
All right, I'll look
definitely
into
be
it.
no
Stay put
subscription
until the
until
field is down.
they fully launch the game. But who knows when
You
that'll
don't
be
have
if
to
they're
tell me
going to rush
twice.
that like New World
I'll
did.
just find a
That
small hole to
definitely
hide in until the
launched
field is
before it was
down.
ready.
Oh, here, take my ID.
I have a
This should get
feeling
you
they're going
past
to
any
try to
locked
push out
doors.
an early access by
Good luck with that field.
2027.
That seems crazy.
I just think it's crazy that they're doing this and they don't even have settlements done. It's like, geez.
The core mechanics, major parts of the game. I'm still gonna hope because I really do want to play it, but I don't know. Guess we'll have to maybe reevaluate in December. Maybe start again just to see what things look like.
I think a lot of us have been following Ashes. We followed it in the beginning because we are looking for an MMO to sink our teeth into for years to come. And I think that was the hope when you back something this early. Is that's what you're hoping, right? That's why you're investing. You're trying to hope.
Hey, as soon as you go,
Yep.
I'm gonna find a place to hide.
Yep.
You stay put.
Still gonna
I'll go
try to
open some
hold on to
doors.
some hope.
Good luck with that field.
And whether you like WoW or Final Fantasy, obviously they're doing things correctly and right. They're doing enough right and not enough wrong to keep their player base, right? So, and they're right now what you would probably consider, even if they're not your favorite, probably the only two like real big MMOs that are in any type of competition with each other at all. But they're the ones that are making the most money. So they're the ones that you kind of have to live up to when you're going into the MMO market right now. You kind of have to have that new player experience of 14, but you have to have that longevity of WoW and the richness of both. And that's going to be a hard thing for like a game like Ashes, where that new player experience, at least at the moment, is non-existent. And the way they word it on the stream is they want their players to be ambassadors for their game and be really super friendly to new players, but yet it's a PvP focused game with a lot of competition. And since we've all been testing, we all saw how those chats were. So I don't know if their expectations are a little too high with their community or not on that part.
Oh, I think they're definitely too high. I mean, just like look at the caravan system. There's no benefit to protecting a caravan. You get no rewards. And if you attack one, you get rewards. Like, there's no incentive in the game to help other people. Like, just with their general adventuring. I mean, crafting's a whole different story, but I don't know how they think that will work out. That will, everyone will help new people.
Don't want to review protocol.
Well, it's a great theory. I mean, you want to bring more players into the game to play the game with you, but in reality, it doesn't seem like that's going to necessarily happen unless you have structures in place like Final Fantasy has to pull in lower level players to be able to hang out with them, and you're rewarded and they're rewarded.
Yeah, and Ashes does not have a mentor system in place at all.
Yeah, no level sync, nothing that would allow grouping with lower. It's disincentivized with the experience and the drop rate for anyone in the party.
I want, or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust.
Please contact
Level sync would be interesting because I feel like they could do that.
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
Yeah. Something. Maybe they have brilliant ideas they haven't shared yet.
Exogeny Corporation reminds all
like
staff that the discharging of
I think
weapons
you
while
and guys were
on company
talking
property
about
is strictly
that
forbidden.
one game that had
Welcome back,
PvP, but
Research
they had
Assistant
like
Elizabeth Bainham. What can I
level
do for you?
ranges in those PvP zones.
Yep, that was Warhammer. It was nice because, like, I think it was up to level 10. You were in that lower level lake for PvP, and so yeah, when you're going in at level 3 or 4 and level 10, but there's nobody that's max level in there with you. So you're working your way up, and you're still playing with people within your general range, and then you graduate to the next range and go through it again. But you're not able to go in as a level 50 player and attack someone who's level 10.
Dr. Bainham?
So it's just made PvP
What
very
information was the
accessible.
last user attempting to access?
Fetching data.
I
The
think
previous user was attempting
on
to access
paper it's
details
nice
on
that
the
you can have an
study of
open world
subject
PvP
species
game,
37,
but I
the
think
thorium.
Warhammer's design makes more sense for nowadays gaming. Like you can have an open world PvP game, but have them more, focused areas for different ranges.
Yeah. What they've been trying with Ashes with the corruption
everything
system
you told
does
the
not seem to be
Krogan.
working.
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data.
No, and you can still
Aside
make
from lacking proper
nodes
access, there
all
has been no
levels,
new
right?
data
But you can
available
make
on
the
species
areas that
37.
you have those lawless zones pop up
All sensors
restricted
monitoring
to
the
level
observation
ranges.
post at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does
The
Zeus Hope have to do
penalties
with the
for
thorium?
attacking lower level
Species
people are just
37
not
is
there,
located
so
within the substructure of the
restrictions
Zoo's
would,
Hope outpost.
in theory,
Tell me
be an
everything you
option
know about the
that they
thorium.
could consider.
The thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect
I
and
don't know.
control
And
other
then they were trying to
organisms,
defend their
including
decision
humans.
on the live
The
stream
Zoo's
too
Hope Control
about
Group has yielded
doing
interesting
Steam,
results.
and
Before
they were trying to
sensors
come
went
up with these
offline,
weird,
almost 85% of all
like,
test subjects were
well,
infected.
guys, you have to kind of be reasonable kind of tone. It's like, but we're players, we're customers. We don't have to be reasonable. I know it'd be nice if we're reasonable, but in the end of the day, we're paying for a product. That reasonability is out the window when we're expecting to get a product that we paid for. And we paid for a testing period. You're going into early access, so those poor beta players, I guarantee you when they bought their beta passes, didn't think they'd be going into early access on Steam. And so their testing experience is going to be completely different than ours.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I know the beta access keys, they were more expensive than Steam access for early access is going to be. So
It was deemed
are they going
necessary
to
to assess
compensate
the
those
true
people
potential of
with a
species
refund?
37.
That
Or
explains
they're
their
just out of
strange
luck?
behavior.
You should contact Joe.
I think they still get a month of subscription time.
Okay.
I think it's still, what, $100 that they had to pay?
Yeah, and the Steam is going to be 50, but with a discount like 35 to start.
Joker! Come in, Joker!
It's getting discounted?
Field's blocking us.
They were saying that it's probably going to
must
be
find a way
discounted when it's
around the
released.
field.
I don't know
We
if that's
must get
just
back to Zeus
conjecture,
Hope.
like from the Reddit community, or
VI,
yeah,
what can
if
you tell
that'll
me about
actually
the
happen.
Geth
Maybe
ship
it
and
won't
the
be,
field it's
but
generating?
a lot do
I have limited data
have
on
a
the Geth.
discount
They have
when they
effectively
release
blocked
on
all
early
sensors
access.
within the facility. I
Oh,
have
wow.
detected unusual
missed
power
that.
fluctuation, but am unable to determine the source.
It might not happen, but it could.
We need to find that ship. Let's get moving.
Going to standby mode.
Wow, I would be a little upset if I was a beta player.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I can't imagine. I don't know if we have anyone in our community that we know. I'd love to hear what people are thinking about that. If they've been waiting for beta and now this drops, because at least with the access we've had like the past year or so to really try out the game,
The
and
Geth
some
must
of it's
have
been
anchored
really
their ship
fun.
to the side of the building with these claws.
Indelicate, perhaps,
I
but
think
very
Maxwell
efficient.
was a
How do
beta
we cut the power if it's
tester,
coming
wasn't
from
he?
the ship?
Could the ship be dislodged? Maybe there's a flaw in one
He
of the other
might
claws
be.
we
I'm
could
not
exploit.
100% sure.
Okay, yeah.
This structure
I'm
seems
sure
to
we'll
have
start hearing about
significance for
that
the
from
Geth. Is it
in the
possible they set
Discord
up this room to serve as a
with
sacred
Ashes
temple of
and
sorts?
anywhere else talking about it. That's a
Why
big
would a
deal.
synthetic devote resources to something like this?
I feel like them being ready for early access, I'm putting that in air quotes, is they would have had at least freeholds working and as intended, and at least more than half of their settlement systems working, like the faith and the mayor, things that they're supposed to be able to influence within the node and things like that. You would think that they would at least have half of that prepared before they went to early access. Like, they don't even have a quarter of that prepared. So that's where I'm like negative about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think the leveling of settlements even has been an issue with each like new version they've had, and they've had to manually level in several cases. So that's just a basic functionality that needs to be there. Not to mention the missing classes and races and the level cap. You know, are we just gonna keep a max at 25 now and no subclasses? Or I can't remember if that's the terminology, but the second class that we're supposed to get at 35.
Yeah, we haven't even had max level yet either. So is max level 25?
I don't know. I think that's the theory that's out there, that they're just gonna release the game with a max level of 25 and maybe increase it to 50 in the future. But they haven't said for sure.
Because that's where my thoughts are too. I feel like 25 is going to be the max level.
Which is hugely disappointing.
Yeah, because all the current content is built around level 25.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything more, and they haven't really been talking about it for a long time.
It's wild. Though
Yeah.
I do like Margaret. I think she has a very nicer way to communicate.
I agree. She seems more organized, and the knowledge or the things that she says, I have more faith in. Yeah, she's a very good communicator.
She should feel like this gun on me. Yeah, it's just she doesn't take things personally. Like, sometimes Steven responds and he takes it personally. I understand why he takes it personally, but I'm also like of the mindset that you're a developer and you are catering to a consumer population. I get that you don't care that you have a niche product, but you still want to present yourself in a way that's welcoming to new players. So
Yeah, you can definitely get defensive.
Wait, soloing this, my NPCs are stuck.
Oh no.
Well, this will be interesting. I know, as long as we've known all each other, I think we've never all played an MMO together for more than a couple months, if that, or a month at least. All of us.
Yeah,
Not just a handful.
Yeah. We had a good run in Alpha, I don't remember which phase, but last year, not in December, but the one before that.
That's true. Alpha 1, we did pretty good.
For me, I think I didn't have access to Alpha 2 phase 1, maybe?
Yeah, phase 1 we did not. No, that's Alpha 1, right? Alpha 1.
Yeah. Only a few people had access to that. But
Cersei.
Cersei's been, I remember meeting Cersei in New World, and she was already talking about Ashes, and I looked at like the buy-in for Alpha. I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they're charging that much, because I think New World's Alpha was free.
I fear we do not have the needed gear to destroy
Wait,
this
you and
claw.
Lies weren't part
We
of
will have
phase
to keep
1?
looking.
No, not for Ashes. Oh, for phase 1, yes, not for Alpha 1.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we didn't get into Alpha 2.
You know, it was, I liked phase 1 better than I think in all the other phases.
Yeah, we had a ton of fun with that phase.
When they started gathering like really ridiculous, like poor Tony this last time, Husbandry just sucked.
Oh yeah, they got it. I feel like that is one of those professions or gatherings. It's in a very basic state. There's a lot of work that needs to go into it.
Yeah, like, who thought of hunting animals as, or skinning animals as petting them? Like,
wasn't before it was petting, I think you actually did kill them and people didn't like that. I swear they had a stream where they like butchered a pig or something. I don't remember.
They did. I thought that was cool. Made sense.
Right. That's what other games do.
Maybe just not as graphic as the pig whining and like slumping to the ground, but that was the issue. Just fix the graphic, I guess. But
Yeah, the sounds can be a little much sometimes, but yeah, like survival games where you have to hunt, like Medieval Dynasty, you're carving up the animal. You really are petting the animals to death and ashes.
I know, it's so weird. If they made it a skinning tool, then you could also improve the quality of the skins by just upgrading your skinning them.
Well done. Our way out should be clear now. We can go address this Thorian issue.
Just thought that was weird.
Keep your guard up. There still might be a few
Yeah.
glyphs inside the base.
Yeah.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there?
The fact that you can't skin
Normandy to
any
shore
animal,
party. Come on, Commander,
only the
talk to
petable
me.
animals, is weird.
Yeah, it feels like we're wasting resources. Like we're not being very good
Is
stewards
that
to
you,
our
Joker?
environment.
What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander.
It's like, hey,
Something
you
happened to
just killed
colonists.
10 bears,
They're
but you
banging on
can't
the
skin
hull,
a single
trying
one.
to claw their way inside the ship.
Right, they're just
They're
gonna
freaking
rush.
out.
That's it. Oh,
They can't do any
that's
real
another thing I
damage.
don't
We're on
know
our way
if
back.
they've
Just hold
talked
your
about
position.
lately. The different
yeah, okay.
seasons
Well,
are supposed
we'll
to have
just wait right
different
here for you,
resources, and
This
overgathering
place
was
will be
supposed to
crawling
have
with
an
Geff in a
effect on
minute.
the
Keep
world.
together and we'll get out of here in one
There's
piece.
a lot of things that I don't know. I don't know if they're still coming, or if they've been scrapped.
Oh, that's right. I don't think I've ever seen the Underwhelm.
Oh, yeah, that's a major part.
Yeah, it was supposed to be all underneath the Riverlands and everything else.
Do you remember the Tolnar?
Yeah, I remember the Tolnar. The way you said that, though, made it sound like a commercial. Do you remember the Tolnar? Like they don't exist.
You know how many things in Ashes you could be like, remember this? And people would be like, yeah, no, because it's no longer talked about. Like apartments and freeholds.
Yeah, they actively choose not to bring those things up. Like, we saw freeholds for a brief moment, but I wouldn't call them freeholds. I'd call them placeholders, but we saw them. I mean, that would have been big news if they actually introduced Tolnar last stream. I feel like that would have been, oh, that's awesome. That's like shocking. The beta thing, I think it's not shocking. I think it's more of a, that's something.
For me, it's a red flag. It's a major red flag. It's like, oh, you think you're all ready for this. Okay. That tells me you all are in a different universe than everyone else. Your mindset is not about making the game the best it can be. Your mindset is about how do we get this into a state where we can
There you
charge
are.
people monthly
I think
subscriptions.
we should get out of
as
here.
soon
I
as
don't think this
possible.
place is safe.
I need some answers.
I agree.
You knew more about the Thorian than you let on.
I was afraid.
Yeah, they had,
I wanted
I
to
don't,
stop
do
the
they even
test,
have the
but they threatened
electing
me.
systems
Told
up
me
and
I'd be
running?
next.
I don't.
When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but
Like, they have the
power
military
cut before I
one,
could
but
send
do you
a message.
actually, like, fight somebody right now
never meant
to
for this
get
to happen.
mayorship?
No, none of that's going. And also, remember how nodes are supposed to take on the physical appearance of the majority race and all that stuff? None of that is on. Like, we have none of the diversity of the nodes. They're all
You did what you could.
Kalar-styled nodes right
I'll
now.
help them if you can tell me where to find the Thorian.
The Thorian is
I know,
underneath
even the
Zeus'
dwarfs,
house, but
which
the
is
entrance is blocked.
The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
At this point, I'd be fine with them just saying, okay, well, in the Riverlands, it'll be all Kalar. In the Anvils, it'll be all Dwarven. If it, like, even at that minimal, I'd be okay with at this point. They don't even have resource scarcity in the game. So why would you leave the Riverlands knowing that everyone's going to cluster there anyways and go to like the Anvils and stuff or the desert? Why would you move anywhere else?
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help.
Sorry, I stepped
Under the
away for a
mess I
moment
helped
for a phone
create.
call. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank
We're
you.
just talking about all the things that aren't in Ashes.
There's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. I think I saw something on the PTR notes last week about them updating the stamina tree, the points you can spend on stamina. I don't know what the changes were.
November, I will go in and see all these November changes and then concentrate on criticism.
Yeah, that's fair. And if I'm hoping to have some time next week to actually get on the PTR, but I'm not sure with work if I'll have a chance.
I heard good things about the Summoner, though. I heard the Summoner is actually.
It looks like a lot of fun to play. A very versatile class.
Do you think they have to balance it, though, so it isn't strong at one thing, but can fill in anywhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure how balanced it is yet.
Or let that person have the summons, but let them focus. So if they want to be more of a DPSer, they can be a DPSer. Or a tank, then they can tank with their pet. But let them have trees that strengthen those particular pets. They can still use the other pets, but they just won't be anywhere near as strong as like a player would be in those roles.
Yeah, that's like a good balance.
I think we all want. I want Ashes to succeed. My hopes of them succeeding is certainly diminished a bit.
Yep, same.
And the market for MMOs is probably the most competitive market there is, so. We'll have expectations for MMOs, and if you don't meet those expectations, you probably don't have one.
Yeah, it's a community that's not easy to please.
Nope. I mean, let's see, the basic components of an MMO you absolutely need nowadays is housing, combat, dungeons, raids, and crafting and gathering. Like, those are like the primary components. Anything else just makes it better. You don't even have housing in Ashes. So. The reason I say that is if you look at WoW too, WoW is even going into the housing market. because it's a staple that you need to have for an MMO these days.
Yep.
Their housing still, to me, I mean, it hasn't come out to the wide public yet. It'll be out in December, but it's like if it's what it looks to be and what people who have tested it have been able to see, it's gonna set the new standard for MMO housing. So we'll see. Because it's cool how you'll be able to basically create neighborhoods with your friend or your guild, and that's gonna be really impactful for gamers. I wouldn't be surprised if Final Fantasy tries to change their stuff, because I think that's one of the biggest. Final Fantasy has great housing, it's just the availability of it's been the issue.
That's a anthill everyone's climbed on for a decade now.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you! Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope that Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the Exogeny database. I know what you did during the Blitz, but your heroics aren't needed here.
We can talk this out. Nobody needs to get hurt.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, Jong. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
Are you gonna tell them about the Thorian, or should I?
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You know, something funny is there's more people currently viewing PAX Day streams than there are Ashes streams.
Can't you see the inherent potential in this colony?
Yeah, PAX Day has 394 viewers. Ashes only has 218.
What are you talking about?
Oh, wow.
They recovered from an alien attack on a frontier world.
Technically, Ashes hasn't been released to the wider public in the same way that PAX has, but you would think because of that more people would be interested in watching it.
But if it will let us get back to our lives, I'm for it.
I wonder how many people are playing Ashes right now.
Wait, no, but the infected colonists will throw a bit of a wrench in that plan. No, they need to disappear.
Well, that's going to be the danger of them going on
You can't just kill the colonists. It's not their fault.
We'll have a number.
If you kill only the
Right,
Thorian,
and it won't even be
might
the
be enough to
total
stop the
because,
infection.
like,
Maybe.
we won't be launching through Steam.
Nope. But people will use that number
but I don't know
to
if
judge
I can
it.
avoid harming the colonists.
Like, I'm surprised
There
too that
has
they're
to be
doing this
another
because
way.
you know, before they even launched Alpha 2, they were very cautious about what they revealed because they were worried about if people see an incomplete product and being judged on that. But it seems like they've kind of let that all go now. I'm like, okay, let's just go with it.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed. Thank you.
I was there anyway. It was the least I could do.
Well, I appreciate it. Here, you've certainly earned this. Thanks again, Commander.
Why build a colony if you don't intend to defend it?
We ran when the attack hit.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
What'd you have in mind?
I think you could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
A reduced capacity concussion grenade might suit our needs.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
We'll stay out of your way until you clear.
So while we're chatting, what are you guys playing?
I'm playing Marble Rival.
I'm not currently playing anything. I might jump into Where Winds Meet and try to progress a little there in a bit.
I think graphically, that game's really pretty.
Yeah, it is neat. Reserving judgment on it for now.
I think nowadays, though, that graphics pinnacle is very easy to obtain. I think gamers are getting wiser to that, and they're expecting more.
Yep, PAX is a very pretty game.
If it wasn't for their monetary thing, I'd probably be playing that. But I just can't support their decision. I just think it's really shady that you buy $100+ pack or whatever for 4 plots, and then they're telling you that, oh, you can have it for a month, all 4 plots, but then you have to pay for them afterwards, even though you were an early backer and supporter. I think that's really shit.
Yeah, I've had the same thought.
Like, thanks for supporting us and paying $100 to do so, but we're only going to give you that for $100 a month.
Right, and please continue paying us money for those 4 plots if you want to maintain.
That's wild to me. Other than that, I probably would play it.
100%. Just to try to, I think Winter's playing it now and get some good pictures.
Yeah, I'm glad he's having fun. I think he only bought 1 plot, so it's probably just a normal subscription.
Yeah, well, mine's only 2. I didn't get the 4 plots. But even still, just very opposed to the whole, how they set it up.
You know what's weird? I never bought that. I was gifted it, and I still wouldn't pay for that, because I still think that's shit.
Yep, really is.
But graphically, yeah, I think that game's beautiful. I think it has a lot of potential. Probably right now more potential than Ashes. Because I feel like Ashes is at the minimal delivering us a standard MMO experience. So, very standard.
Yeah.
And I can go play Final Fantasy that has a much better character creator, and even though the graphics are Unreal Engine, I feel like the graphics are still, in a way, prettier because everything's just more polished.
It's going to continue our digital nomad status for a bit more.
Yeah, I think I had to go back to 14 because I was like, man, I spent so much less money playing an MMO than I do game hopping.
What is going on here?
That's a really good point.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
As you order, Commander Shepard.
Oh my god, I forgot how to throw my grenade.
Not good.
Oh my god. I forgot how to do that. I have to knock him out, so I was like, shit. Hello, Tony. And the stream is as long as our pen and paper was.
No, yeah. I think it was just past it.
This story, there's a creature underneath this colony called the Thorian, and it's releasing spores into the atmosphere, and it's creating a colonists to attack me and become aggressive.
Oh no.
It is clear that they are attacking the Borealis. We have got to move one of those cargo blocks.
So what I did is I equipped my grenades so I could knock out the colonists, so I could go take care of the Thorian and minimize my casualties. That's why it has 16 colonists alive in the bottom right corner.
And you figured out how to use the grenades?
Yeah, I had to look in the controls. That's just horrible. This tells you how much I use the grenades. There we go. All the colonists are safe.
I tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. You can't imagine the pain. I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me. It wants me to stop you, but I won't. I won't!
He had a strong enough will to kill himself, I guess, to break the thing. Tony, if you want, you can join us too.
Yes, come join us, Tony.
you. I didn't want to interrupt anything.
You're not interrupting anything.
Or just talk to talk. We talk about ashes, MMOs, pen and paper. It's been a pretty all over the place kind of conversation. What are your feelings about our last Star Wars session, Tony?
All right, we just need to find this creature and determine what it...
Oh man, you're not even gonna let me wake
disturbing.
Nope.
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen. This may be problematic.
Well, it was more intense than usual, and we made it through, and that was cool.
You mean Cersei and Jax made it through?
True, the other three of us are still in our event, or whatever you want to call it.
Mission, yeah. Nihile has warned us that it'll be a challenge, and maybe we can avoid some fights if we try hard enough.
Invaders, your every
Well, that's
step
nice
is a
to know.
transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as me.
Everything's avoidable,
Good
it's
only
just
to dig or decompose.
difficulty of avoiding.
I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
Oh, so you have to include the dice roll. If the dice are against you, you're not going to avoid anything.
You gave something to Saren.
So
Something I
true.
need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that
It was
would tend
fun
the
though,
next
taking
cycle.
my character
Flesh
to
fairly
another
given.
level.
The old
Or
growth
to a
sees the
different...
air you push as lies. It will listen
doing
no
something
more.
different. I mean, how often do you see a Jedi with a pistol or a blaster pistol?
I won't
And
let
so
you
that was
keep your
kind of
thralls.
fun.
Release them
And the
now.
fact that she could wield it was even
No
more
more will the
amazing.
Thorian listen to those
But
that scurry.
we'll see what
Your
happens this
lives
week.
are short, but have gone on too
No,
long.
next week.
Your blood will feed
Yep,
the ground.
another week.
New growth.
Yeah, and then we talked about ashes for a little bit as well. About their news that they dropped on us.
Come with the rest of you, I think that's a really big mistake.
Yes, so do we.
That had the desired effect, I believe. A few
Especially since
more
they
and
want
it
their
will be
community
severely
to be
hurt.
the ambassadors of their game. I think that's a big gamble.
I can't say a whole lot because everything I learned is secondhand. So, but I still think I'm bad.
Are those zombie robots?
No, so these are humans that have been converted by the Thorian, this big giant thing here. They've been basically turned into like humanoid plants that are just mindless. They follow the Thorian's command. They even give you so much lore about the Thorian too. They explain that the Thorian uses spores to control its hosts.
Interesting. They're very neat.
That's what's nice about this game is it breaks down. It gives purpose to everything that you're interacting with. It tells you something. So you know that the Thorian is a plant-based creature that uses spores. It could take over hosts. And then if, like this thing here, that's like a clone of its host, because towards the end of this mission, I'm going to get to a pod, and inside the pod is actually going to be that Asari. And she's just being duplicated by this thing, this big plant. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to destroy these tentacles that are keeping the plant in its position, so it falls down and dies. That's right here. Mass Effect is amazing. Like, I could talk about it till my face is blue, but it's one of those games you have to experience in order to really appreciate it. To watching me is not the same as playing, because when you play it, you're making your own choices. And I feel like when you're making your own choices, you feel more connected to the media that you're playing, so... But it is, it's, yeah. If you like story stuff, like I said, you would love this game. I just happen to get a really good gun right now, and it's making these mobs look really easy, but because the fact that this is like almost one-shotting them is insane to me.
That is definitely how Niela felt with her new gun against those speeder fighters.
It's true. She was like, "Oh, I'm unstoppable, guys! Look at me go! Pew pew pew!"
After, yeah, fighting things where you hit them and it's like they brush it off. It's not bad.
It was literally in that tone too. It's like, "Hey guys, look! Hee 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 hee! I'm shooting!" Pew, 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 pew.
Yep.
If I kill these things too close to me, I get Thorian Spore over me, and so it damages my HP right through my shield.
That seems bad.
I think my companions keep getting stuck, so they're not helping me. Bye-bye.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
Is everything all right? Are you hurt?
I am fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
Benezia sought to turn the river and was swept away.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
I'm actually almost done
The
this
beacon
game.
on Eden Prime gave you
Got
visions.
maybe one more mission after
But the
this,
visions are
and then
unclear,
I have to
confusing.
go to
They were
Citadel.
meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them,
Oh
you
wow,
must
how
think
quickly
like
do
a
you go
Prothean.
through the game?
You must understand their culture, their history,
The first
their
one,
very existence.
because I played
The
this
Thorian
so
was
much,
here long
pretty
before the
quick,
Protheans
probably about
built
20
this city.
hours.
It watched and studied them. When they died,
Okay,
it
yeah,
consumed
that's not
them.
bad.
They became a part
Now,
of
if it's your first time through, it might take a while because you have to discover all the side stuff and whatnot. So that could take a while.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is
I'd
the
say if you're
very
brand new
essence
to the
of being a
game, you
Prothean.
probably take about
It
30
cannot
to
be
35
described or
hours.
explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning
As you
thousands
see, I
of
don't skip
Prothean
cutscenes,
generations.
so that adds
I
a little to
sense
my
this
time.
ancestral memory, the cipher,
that's not bad,
when
though.
I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught.
I'm picking
It simply
Book of Hours
exists.
back up after not playing for a few weeks. Like, what am I doing? Trying to figure out where I was at.
Which one?
Book of Hours.
Oh, what's that?
That's the one with the library
I
and
need that
the
knowledge
music.
to
I think
stop
you guys were
Saren.
playing
There
Battlefield
is
6
a
or
way.
something.
I can transfer the
Oh, and I
knowledge
was like,
from
wow,
my
it's like an
mind
orchestra
to
in my
yours,
ear.
as I did with Saren.
Yeah.
Try to
Yeah.
relax, Commander.
There's cards and books you
Slow,
have to
deep
read. And
breaths.
all sorts of things
Let
going
go
on.
of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy.
She's about to
Every
give me some
idea
crazy
must
vision.
touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious
My
existence.
mind to your.
Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
See, this is showing you the warning of the Reapers. First, massive. There's a Reaper.
I have given you the cipher. Just as
Honestly,
it was given to Saren.
Mass Effect
The
would make an
ancestral memories of
amazing
the
television
Protheans
show.
are part of you now.
Because it has
Are you all right?
exploration,
What
it's
just
got
happened?
a deep, complex story, it's got politics, it's got different cultures. It'd be like Star Trek, but on like probably a little bit darker level.
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
That's pretty cool.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
We should get you back to the ship where you can be monitored.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Now that you're free of the Thorian, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May
One
fortune
thing
smile upon
too
you.
is that this game will let you customize your own character. So your character doesn't have to look like mine.
Keep this place
Look whatever
running.
way you want.
It's because of you, Shepard. I can't thank you enough.
Oh yeah, that's good.
There's a character creator to this too. I think I thought Tony made her character like it looked pretty good.
I never thought I would be so thrilled to see a soldier. Forgive my previous inaction, but under the Thorian's influence, every thought was examined and filtered.
Let me see what you have in stock.
Of course. Return in the future, and I may even have more to see.
Damn, that's a lot of money that I actually have now. You have
Greetings.
armor?
What can I do for you?
Check.
Let me see what you have in stock.
Of course. Return.
One nice thing too about this game is if when you meet new vendors, you can buy their licensing, and then you can purchase their stuff on your ship, so you don't have to go back to these places.
It will take time for things to get back to normal
Oh,
around
that's
here.
very...
Thank you for freeing us.
You're welcome. I'm Shepard. Of course, it's my job to save you. I will also say this about Mass Effect and Dragon Age. They set the standard of how to handle voice acting in narrative ways. So you can create your character, create a name, but you'll notice that a lot of games, especially modern games now, will call you like agent or call you like champion or something. They'll never address you by your name, and that's because everyone's called the champion. So it kind of bypasses the need to try to figure a way to identify the player's name. What they do in this game is, my character's name is Loria, but her last name is Shepard, and Shepard is the name that your character will always take, so they just call you Shepard or Commander Shepard. It's clever.
Yeah, that's neat.
Now I got technically 2 more missions. I got to go and deal with a nuclear situation, and then I got to deal with like ruins and stuff. But that's like one long mission. That's like the end, because it's like you go to one planet, then you go to the Citadel, and then you have to fight the big boss, and that's the end of Mass Effect 1.
Commander, you look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
I just need some time to let this cipher do its thing.
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
My mind to your
Relax, Commander.
face oblivion.
Embrace eternity.
Oh, eternity. Jeez.
That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Did you see anything?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the commander's mind is incomplete.
You must have seen something.
I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh. I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Dr. Chalkwash should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
Dr. Chalkwash should take a look
Oh, I don't know. I clicked that again.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
We're done here. Dismissed.
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
You might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it.
Exogeny tried to study it. Look how that turned out.
Perhaps it's for the best, then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to
Guy hates me 'cause I'm human.
Being human had nothing to do with it. They were in trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes
Do you notice I have my DaggerHeart character in armor, Tony?
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
I put him in Mass Effect armor, so it's my elf in Mass Effect armor. I think I've been streaming since 2:30, so if you guys have nothing more you want to add, I could probably start wrapping this up.
I think that's good. I have to start finding food in a bit.
I appreciate you guys joining me a little later. It definitely helped with the conversation part, so thank you so much.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Till tomorrow, for those who maybe come across this, we will be streaming at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our first session of DaggerHeart. So have a good night, everybody.